Test, test.
Tell me when.
You should have gotten it already.
Test. Test. You good, Roger? Oh, okay. But you're getting it? Okay.
Okay, I would like to call to order the meeting of the Santa Fe Public School Board of Education, meeting of January 15th, 2026 at 4:45 p.m. We will start with the Pledge of Allegiance and salute to the New Mexico flag, then the acknowledgement of tribal land and approval of the agenda. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Juro fidelidad a la bandera de los Estados Unidos de América y a la república que representa una nación bajo Dios, indivisible, con libertad y justicia para todos. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, the Zia symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures. Saludo la bandera del Estado de México, el símbolo Zia de amistad perfecta entre culturas unidas. We acknowledge that our Board of Education meeting is taking place on occupied indigenous land. We acknowledge the Super Pueblo lands and other tribal lands on which we stand. We honor these people, past, present, and future. We acknowledge the history and ongoing colonization of where we are sitting right now in New Mexico and in our country. We acknowledge our own place in the story of colonization. Okay, thank you. Under approval of the agenda, I have a couple of amendments, or maybe one's a clarification. The first being under public forum. Joe, we received a lot of emails. You sent them to us, and I think given the volume of emails, rather than have them all read this evening, I think it's fine if we just enter them into the record. And maybe you can acknowledge when, under public forum, that we received the emails, they were all provided to the board, and instead of reading them because of the volume and in the interest of time, they'll be entered into the record. Does that work, Superintendent?
President, Mr. Abeda's also prepared with the list of people that we did receive emails from, that he can acknowledge the ones that the board members did read ahead of the meeting, if you would so please.
At public forum, yeah,
Yes.
we'll do that. And is the rest of the board okay with that? Okay, so we'll do that, Joe, under public forum. And then the other change I have is I would like to move student board announcements and follow-up up after the school showcase, in case it is a long evening, if the students need to leave because of obviously homework commitments or school tomorrow, they can do their announcements and then are free to leave anytime after that. So I would propose that, I'd make a motion that we approve the agenda with those amendments. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. Okay, then with that, the first item we have is an executive session. Secretary, Dr. Gonzalez.
We will be going into executive session and we'll be discussing threatened or pending litigation, NMSA 1978, section 10-15-1H7. Lily Taylor versus Santa Fe Public School District et al. 123 CV 00821 KRSJHR. Second one is Natasha Madrid versus Santa Fe Public Schools et al. D-101-CV-2023-10562.
Okay, can I have a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. We will be in executive session and then back to our regular meeting at 5:30 p.m. Thank you.
Okay, can I have a motion, Dr. Gonzalez, to come out of executive session?
I make a motion to move us out of executive session where we discuss threatened or pending litigation, NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1H7. First one was Lily Taylor versus Santa Fe Public Schools, District et al., 123-CV-00821-KRS-JHR. The second one was Natasha Madrid versus Santa Fe Public Schools et al., D-101-CV-2023-10562.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Item 3 on the agenda is introduction of interpreter.
Para asistencia de traducción en español, la señora Peña, ¿dónde está? Te ayudará.
Okay, thank you. Our next item is board induction and organization. We will be swearing in this evening District 3 Board Representative Kate Noble and District 5 Representative Juan Blea. Kate was born in Santa Fe and got a wonderful education in the Santa Fe Public Schools. She graduated from Santa Fe High School and attended Columbia University in New York City, graduating with a Bachelor of Arts in Film Studies. Kate spent 10 years at the BBC's Business News Desk as a producer, reporter, and anchor. She then returned to Santa Fe and began working for the City of Santa Fe in economic and community development, where she focused on growing local businesses and local talent. She joined Growing Up New Mexico, an early childhood community organization, in 2018 and became CEO in 2023. She is proud to have her son Zachary in the Santa Fe Public Schools and considers him her greatest teacher. Kate will be sworn in this evening by her mother, Elise Noble. Elise Noble is a former teacher and a lifetime advocate for high-quality education and good grammar. She's lived in Santa Fe since 1969 and raised 2 children and a grandchild through the Santa Fe Public Schools. She is a renowned and precise editor of written materials for everyone in the family and learned wordplay and pun humor from her immigrant parents. She is very good at tongue twisters and is making sure to pass these skills on to younger generations. Juan Blea is a native Santa Fean who graduated from St. Michael's High School and works as a software development consultant. He spent well over 25 years serving local and state governments and continues to provide software development solutions that serve New Mexicans. In his spare time, Juan plays guitar and sax and believes that music education provides a foundation for math and linguistic understanding. He holds a bachelor's in humanities, a master's in education, and is currently working on a PhD in cybersecurity. He and his wife, Cheryl, share a son, Christopher. Cheryl Blea will be swearing in Juan. Cheryl is Juan's wife, and she's a native Santa Fean who graduated from Santa Fe High and retired from the city of Santa Fe. So with that, we will begin with the swearing in of Kate Noble. If you want to go down to the front. And Elise to the dais.
Yes, podium.
Okay, we need the oath. All right.
I, Kate Isabel Noble,
I, Kate Isabel Noble,
do affirm that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution and laws of the state of New Mexico,
do affirm that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution and laws of the state of New Mexico,
and to the best of my ability, I will faithfully and impartially discharge the duties of the public office which I am about to enter.
and to the best of my ability, I will faithfully and impartially discharge the duties of the public office which I am about to enter. Thank you, Mama.
Okay, and now we will have the swearing in of Juan Blea.
I, Juan Blea,
I, Juan Blea,
do affirm that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution and laws of the State of New Mexico,
and the Constitution and laws of the State of New Mexico,
and to the best of my ability,
and to the best of my ability,
I will faithfully and impartially
I will faithfully and impartially
discharge the duties of the public office
discharge the duties of the public office
which I am about to enter.
which I am about to enter.
Okay, so, I'm going to ask the two board members if they would like to say something, and we'll start with Board Member Noble, President Noble.
Thank you very much. I do think signing up for a new term is worth saying a few things, and I'm actually going to do a slight bit of performance art, and I wrote a speech, which I don't usually do. I make plenty of speeches, but I don't write them. But first, here's my performance art piece. Okay. And for anyone who doesn't know this person on this candle, I'm going to talk a little bit about her, because I'd like to dedicate my third term on the Board of Education to Lorraine Price. Lorraine grew up in Brooklyn and fought for civil rights as a young person and really her whole life. She was a teacher, a principal, a school board member, and she was, as the Santa Fe New Mexican wrote in 2021 when she passed, a Santa Fe education legend. Lorraine was never afraid to fight or do what's right. She knew that the staff of the Santa Fe Public Schools, in her words, have big jobs and a lot to do, and cautioned me as a new school board member in 2017 not to be too demanding. I want to thank the many people I've learned from in addition to Lorraine Price, and this is an incomplete list, but Susan Duncan, who was my predecessor for this district on the board, our three-time superintendent, Dr. Veronica Garcia, former mayor David Koss, former school board member Carla Lopez, my mother and my father, my son, who is a student at Santa Fe High, and dozens of others who've shared their wisdom, energy, and time. Lorraine Price fought for educators, for those who, like her, made education their career. There are many of you here tonight. Nothing is more valuable than the gift of a lifetime of effort. To our Santa Fe Public Schools educators in all our schools, you're everything. Thank you for all you do for our students and families. And students are, of course, at the center of what we do. To our district administration team, I want to thank you as well for your dedication and perseverance. Last year, 2025, was unusually tough. And I want to say as we go forward that I hope all of you will please step forward even more with the great courage and conviction that you have for public education. And please, do even a little more to make a difference. Here at District Administration, we can never forget that we serve the folks on the front lines of our education system at each of our schools. Our job is to remove barriers so that others can do their best work with our students. We must limit the brain-busting bureaucracy. See, there's a tongue twister, Mom. We must limit the brain-busting bureaucracy so our educators have more time and energy for the students. That's our job. Please know that you're on the right track when you do something that makes life and learning better for students and staff. Our world is changing, and we need action more than ever. I want to thank Superintendent Dr. Christine Griffin for taking a chance on Santa Fe, our beloved city different. And we are wonderfully and challengingly different sometimes. We all need to support the superintendent. The job is complicated and extremely difficult with a lot of politics, believe it or not, a lot of complicated management and many high-stakes issues from mental wellness to school bus maintenance and to the New Mexico legislature. Superintendent Griffin, please count on the team and the community. We need deep collaboration, effective delegation, and cultivation of a strong culture of empathy and excellence. We all truly want and need for this to be a highly effective and deeply human school district. With our collective knowledge and relationships, we're stronger together. And to my fellow board members, including student board members, it's good to see you. Thank you for your service and thank you for stepping up. I hope we will all have the humility to become even better as a board. Let us use the strength and balance of our different perspectives to make good policy and good decisions for our public schools. And to our volunteers, business supporters, voters, leaders, media, and our larger community, thank you for your support. Please continue to support our schools with all the resources and engagement you can offer. It's a tough time in education. I don't know if there's ever an easy time in education, but this certainly is a tough one. And we need even more support, more relationships, more resources, and more engagement. Again, truly, we are stronger together. I know Lorraine Price would appreciate what Nelson Mandela said. Education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world. This is something I believe more and more as each year passes. Public schools define community. They manifest our commitments to each other. Every day, thousands of families, thousands, entrust their children to the Santa Fe Public Schools. To be a part of this most sacred trust, this collective effort, is a truly great calling. I pledge myself and my life's work to this cause, to the children of our community. That's what Lorraine Price did with her unflinching ability to avoid groupthink and to live out loud as an absolute original. I miss her. I'll end with one last thought. Santa Fe Public Schools' 2018 strategic plan included an innovative section which we called the attributes of a graduate. When asked her thoughts on the attributes of a Santa Fe Public Schools graduate, Lorraine Price, as ever, answered simply and clearly. She said a graduate should be someone who is a good neighbor. Thank you, my good neighbors in this community, and thank you for the opportunity to continue to serve.
Board Member Blea, welcome.
Thank you, Board President Beta. Following Vice President Noble at anything is always a challenge, so I'll do my best. First of all, thank you, Board Member Beta and Vice President Noble. I really appreciate all you guys have done over the last couple of years to find Dr. Griffin and to have the public forums, the entire board. I mean, you guys all did a fantastic job, and I thought and I said it there that night, that we got the best of the best. So I appreciate Dr. Griffin very much over the last several weeks. She has been extremely helpful and extremely thoughtful as I've been onboarded, so thank you very much. As I sit here, I do have to thank some people very much, not only the voters who saw fit to put me here, but also I want to start, first of all, I want to thank my wife, Sherelle, who swore me in. Over the years, she has been very much a light in my life and light in the community. Twice she faced death, and both times death said, I don't want any part of this, so he took off. So she's taught me so much about resilience in the face of very challenging circumstances. So thank you for always being there, and thank you for teaching me the ways of the light. I can't do it without you. We couldn't have done anything. Neither of us can do it alone, so thank you very much. And I also want to thank my mom. You know, a lot of times, kids that grow up in the circumstances that, you know, sometimes we grow up in, don't have somebody telling them that they can do anything. I was not one of those people. I was told if I want to walk on the moon someday, I could walk on the moon someday. If I want to walk to the moon someday, my mom had me believing I could walk to the moon someday. So I've always believed, and no matter what the circumstances from which I emerged, she was always our rock, our family's cornerstone. And so, Mama, gracias por todo. I started out in government a really long time ago. I got kicked out of UNM, and so I started under the Jaramillo administration. And I learned about government, and I learned about what that means, and I learned about community. And over the last several weeks, I've been really thinking about it, and former city clerk Yolanda Vigil is in the audience. And she and I used to work elections, and we used to do all the telling, and we used to do all the collections and stuff. And I'm not gonna lie, I got the bug. It was something that was absolutely so important. The work that elected officials do across state, local, and every governing body is monumentally important. The responsibility is absolutely mind-numbing. And so as I've thought about this night, and I've been in those seats for several years, being real judgy, having all the answers and having all the opinions. But over the last several weeks, I've been thinking about what community is. And community really comes down to a common shared experience that forms a bond. I saw some of my homeboys a while ago at a funeral a couple of months ago, and our neighborhood has been long, we've moved out, but we're still there. We're bound by something together that can never be taken from us, and no matter what, we will always share that bond. And so that's what a school comes down to, really. A school is a community of shared experiences, a community of shared identity. And so it's not about necessarily buildings, although that's part of it. It's about the people, it's about the outcomes, it's about the hope and the potential that we all kind of share and experience together. And as I said throughout these last couple of months, Santa Fe and our students are not just about our superintendent, the school board, or teachers. It's about everybody, because no matter what, our students are impacting our community, even if you don't have students in school. That is something that I will carry forward throughout everything that I do. And I will absolutely do my very best to listen, and as the O says, to be impartial, as much as that's difficult to do. I see a lot of people here with signs, and I've seen the signs throughout town, and that hope and that fight is absolutely beautiful to me. It shows that there is such a strong belief in community. And so I want to thank you guys all for allowing me to be a part of this governing body, allowing me to participate, allowing me to have a voice, really, to advocate for those who may not have a voice for themselves. That is what I will do. That's what I will spend every moment in this position doing, is making sure that we are doing the best that we can for our community. Santa Fe has become very divided into two different, very distinct towns, and that has to change. We have to have one shared community of Santa Fe that does the best for all of our young people, all of our students, because that's our future. These guys are our future. They're the ones that are going to carry us forward. So with that, I just want to say thank you very much. I really, really appreciate this opportunity, and not one day will go by where I will not understand and be in awe of the responsibility of being in this chair. This is something that I do not take lightly, and I never will. So thank you all very much.
Okay, we have one item left to take care of under board induction and organization. I would like to make a motion that we appoint Board Member Noble to serve as president, Board Member Bozay serve as board vice president, and Board Member Dr. Gonzalez as secretary. Can I have a second?
I second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. So that I will hand you the.
What's the pleasure of the board? Should we do a quick recess, or you want to, yeah? Okay, 5 minutes, really, let's try and keep it to 5 minutes. Be back at 6:55, short recess. For pictures.
We meet monthly during PLCs to review benchmark reading data and adjust groups and skills. Students move on with 80% mastery, and about 50% of students in grades 1st through 5th have advanced at least one skill. Walkthrough intervention currently happens within grade levels. This is what our students are saying about RTI.
I'm Andy and I'm in second grade. Hi, I'm Eli and I'm in second grade too.
Amy, who's your teacher?
Miss Matala,
And who's your teacher for RTI?
Miss Brewer,
Okay, what are you doing in Brewer's class during RTI?
we work at silent E and some of us work on our canvas when I read books.
Okay, what's your favorite thing to do during RTI?
Reading books on our canvas.
Good. Eli, ¿quién es tu maestra o maestro?
Mi maestra es Miss Brewer.
¿Y quién es tu maestra durante las intervenciones?
Miss Isabel.
Okay, ¿y qué es lo que haces con Miss Isabel?
Nosotros decimos, Miss Isabel nos dice una palabra, nos dice como una letra, como la E, y luego tenemos que hacer toda una oración. Y luego después nos dice que es una competencia, y luego después cuando alguien gane, nos va a decir que alguien nos va a mandar, como ella va a decir un lugar como Disneylandia, o China, o otros lugares que los está mandando para ir.
After winter break, teachers shared a strategy that had worked well in their classroom, either academic or behavioral. At the end of the PD, teachers selected one strategy to try in the new year. Here's some pictures of the things the teachers presented.
At Ramirez Thomas Elementary, we proudly partner with Aspen Santa Fe Ballet to offer ballet folklorico classes every Thursday for all level dancers. Under the direction of Maestro Jesus, students work towards an end-of-the-year performance that highlights their dedication and cultural pride. Through our 21st Century program, we also partner with Flamenco, Flamiarte, and the Lensing Performing Arts Center to provide after-school opportunities in flamenco, dance, guitar, and singing, enriching students' artistic and cultural experiences.
In collaboration with the Santa Fe Chamber Music Festival and Music in Our Schools, our students showcase their violin and guitar skills in 2 performances each year.
Girls on the Run happens during the spring at Ramirez Thomas. Girls meet twice a week for 10 weeks to prepare for a 5K race called the Santa Fe Runaround that occurs in May. Staff is welcome to volunteer as coaches.
When the weather allows, staff, students, and parents meet at Dawson Park every Friday to walk or ride to school together, learning safe practices such as wearing reflective vests and using crosswalk.
This year marks our 3rd year of doing a school-wide STEM fair. Students in grades 3rd through 5th participate in judge project presentations, while students in grades kinder through 2nd present their individual or class projects to judges within their classrooms. The STEM fair supports the development of critical thinking, problem solving, communication, and collaboration skills, while allowing students to apply grade level science, math, and technology standards in an authentic hands-on learning experience that builds confidence and fosters a love of STEM.
21st Century programs and out-of-school STEM programs at Ramirez Thomas, RT Academy. The program's goal in RT Academy is to help the students to discover who they are by building new skills. During this time, the students receive snacks from Santa Fe Public School Nutrition Department. They also receive tutoring, homework, reading time, coding, 3D printing, spirals, indies. They do social emotional learning activities and more. Thank you to this program, students, they learn new skills and they find their identities.
Ramirez Thomas Elementary has begun a news broadcasting project with our 5th grade students that aligns with our academic standards. In collaboration with our digital learning coach, we have launched broadcast our morning announcements. Through this project, fifth grade students are developing skills in communication, collaboration, digital literacy, and media production while applying grade level standards in an authentic student-led format.
We are proud of the work our school has achieved and look forward to the many things we have yet to accomplish.
Somos Ramirez Thomas. Go Bears!
Thank you. We just want to share that we are the best kept secret on the South Side. We have 380 students, 197 are, their first language is Spanish. And we are so proud of all the hard work that our teachers and staff and students put in. And thank you for your time. And
Thank you very much. Next on our school showcase is the Mandela International Magnet School.
Thank you, Board President Noble, members of the board, Dr. Griffin. I am going to introduce one of our wonderful teachers, art teachers, from Mandela International Magnet School. Kelly Ryder is in her 8th year teaching at Mandela. She has a BFA in painting from Pratt Institute in New York City. It's a top-ranked art school in the country, as well as an MFA in interdisciplinary arts from Columbia College in Chicago. Kelly's quote for the year is, "Keep some room in your heart for the unimaginable," from Mary Oliver. Okay, Kelly.
Thank you so much, Christina. And just to say, I'm here representing our arts team. It's myself and Susana Morales-Mancas, who's really been teaching in the district for something like 25 years, but she couldn't make it tonight. And I have 2 students who are going to join me at the end. So I'm going to give an overview of Mandela's program, which is just slightly different from some other schools. Because we are a 7 to 12 school, our arts are broken up into the middle years program, which is grades 7 to 10, and what we call the diploma program, which is an IB category, and that is a 2-year course that is 11th to 12th grade. IB considers the arts to be a core content, so all kids have to take an art in both middle and high school. And the diploma requires exams that include music or art or theater in the exam. So I am the middle years program visual arts teacher, and I wanted to give an overview of what the IB course aims are. This is their language. This is what students, we hope, we are enabling students to do. And these are all pictures from our students at our school. Create and present art, develop skills specific to the discipline, engage in a process of creative exploration and self-discovery, make purposeful connections between investigation and practice, understand the relationship between art and its context, respond to and reflect on art, deepen their understanding of the world and the role of art in the world. And quick aside, our student board member was my former student, so I'm proud of him. Good job, Jack. So this is an image that represents what the middle years program students are doing. Variety is the spice of life. And art classes always involve a variety of tools, materials, technical skills, concepts, themes, field trips, visiting artists, and more. Each year looks a little different. As I was preparing this presentation, I realized that giving an overview of a 6-year program structure is dry. And what I wanted to say is what happens in our art rooms is anything but dry. Art classrooms, for me, and I hope for our students, are where magic happens in the learning sense. They are places of imagination, play, and challenge that encourage growth. Art rooms are inclusive and welcome everyone. Art rooms are full of quirky and unusual things that inspire curiosity. My classroom, this is true, has a giant pink papier-mâché rabbit in it, loads of recycled art materials, decommissioned musical instruments, and for a time, a velvet Elvis painting. These, among many other art supplies and intriguing tools. Making art, I know you know this, it's hands-on, it's messy, it's engaging by its nature. It takes years of practice, and it's occasionally powerful. What do we practice? We practice ideating, making, investigating art history and culture, responding and connecting to each other's ideas, and giving and receiving feedback, and so much more. Art teachers, I'm one of so many wonderful teachers in this district. We're brave. Who else would provide liquid ink, just imagine this, and paintbrushes to a room full of middle schoolers? I do. We care about our subject and our students enough to take those kinds of risks with tools and materials. Art is where individual and collective learning and thinking develop, empowering students. In times like these, the community of supportive learners is extremely important. Visual art is an important part of that development. These slides are just a slice of it. These are the IB objectives: investigating, developing, creating, and evaluating. This is what our students should be able to do. The New Mexico Core Arts standards are really similar, so we're very aligned. This is an example of self-expression that we want all of our students within the realm of a task to find their voice, make the art the way they want it. This is an example of, I call this the Kids Can Fly. The arts involve many collaborative projects. Students support each other's learning, and they're inspired by working together. This is a digital collaboration by 8th graders who are now, I think, 11th graders. Susana Morales-Mankis, let me go to the next slide, is our high school diploma program art teacher. And what I want you to know about the DP program is that it's a rigorous college-level course that requires projects that are submitted externally to the IB. So there's a comparative study, there's a process portfolio, and there's an exhibit. And so these kids are really doing this very high-level work. The arts aims are similar to the middle school with some different language that is, again, at a higher level. This is an example of a high school art student's comparative study, which is an art history investigation where they have to compare art from different times, cultures, and or genres. These kids are working on it right now, by the way. Students also create this process portfolio. This is an example which includes reflections and images on artist inspiration and the student's portfolio practice. This is an example of a student senior exhibit. The students curate and display artworks made in the DP program, and it's developed from their personal themes and the media of their choice. Another aspect of the IB is a requirement for field trips and gallery visits. And as we all know, Santa Fe is so rich for this, and our kids benefit so much from being able to experience art in our city. And here's the 12th graders, same thing at the Vladim and Site Santa Fe, and it's wonderful that they get to do this. So now I'm gonna pull up my two students, first starting with Robin Hickerson, and she's gonna just give a quick word about this piece that she made.
Hi, my name is Robin Hickerson, and I am going for the full diploma doing HL art. This was a piece I made. It is a quilt. It is a queen-size quilt. It's called Robin Through the Looking Glass, and each of the blocks that I made were inspired by a different emotion that I'm really tied to.
Thank you, Robin. And this is Giovanna Chavez, and she's going to talk about her piece.
Okay, so this piece right here is American Dream, and I created it representing my culture, Santa Fe, Galisteo, and I am doing course candidacy for the IBSL. And yeah, the IB just has changed so much and really dove into connections of art rather than just teaching it. So.
Wait, say about your award.
Oh, I also did win the Hispanic Heritage Month award with this, and yeah, thank you.
Thanks, you too. So in closing, we thank our principal, Randy Grillo, for his consistent support of the arts, Christina Gonzalez and the SFPS Arts Department for all the amazing work that's supported district-wide, and to the school board, we need you. we thank you for your creative vision and all that you do to support what we do. And I'm going to echo, make art, take care of your neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I think that's the first time anybody's ever worn an apron to present to us. Appreciate it. Okay, following our amended agenda, I believe next we have student board announcements and follow-up. Who would like to go first?
I will go first.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Griffin and President Noble. As for news for Santa Fe High, it's pretty brief today. Our swim team competed against 22 teams on January 10th, and we finished 10th on the girls' team, and the boys' team finished in 5th place. 18 students in the ensemble participated at the Regional Honor Orchestra on January 9th and did a really good job, and apparently it was a very good concert. The PED took a tour of Santa Fe High School's campus to witness the great work of the communities that the community schools are doing. The project included food distribution, tutoring, coats for students, and a Connect program. As for our survey, we are continuing our trend of creating themes, so continued off of our last survey, which was belonging and inclusivity. We chose morale, school spirit, and daily student life. In Santa Fe High School, the overall mood was described as energetic and busy in the survey writings, and a lot of people connected very well with their extracurricular activities. Upperclassmen described the mood as more pressuring and tiring as academic demands increased, but they still felt very rewarded by their classes. Some classes mentioned a lot that a lot of people felt active in was band, orchestra, ROTC, and athletics. And electives such as anatomy, engineering, and science were also very popular. Students really highlighted teachers that are approachable, respectful, and engaging in class, so ones that would walk around, critique others' work, and give constructive advice, as well as act more on the level of students, not above them. Some of the greatest factors affecting their day-to-day experience was teacher relationships, academic workload and pacing, so the amount of homework that students got, and having enough time during school to socialize with each other, regroup, and be able to actually experience the social life of school. Students might like to see more of spirit events, so our spirit weeks that we do a lot, students want to see more of that. Creative arts-based clubs, so we want more clubs, and study hall and structure times outside of our 30 minutes every Wednesday. That's it for Santa Fe High.
Thank you very much. Moving on.
Thank you, Doc. Oh, jeez, sounded stupid. Thank you, Dr. Griffin and President Noble. That's gonna be interesting to say now. For early college opportunities, ECO is happy to announce that we are in the final stages of 2 dual credit classes for auto collision to be taught this semester on campus for our advanced classes. ECO is also in the final stages of getting the welding class vetted for dual credit on ECO campus. Having both auto collision and welding as dual credit on campus really helps students get college rigor and credit without having to leave the ECO campus. Also, we did have a pretty awesome assembly that was ran by our student leadership program, which included me and a bunch of awesome ECO students, which it actually went really well. It was really fun. We did this like box stacking competition. It was actually really sick. And for Mandela, Mandela will host a student-led conference, will have led student-led conferences during the week of January 26th to the 30th. Annually for the last 7 years, Mandela has had a 97 to 100% participation for these conferences, where students reflect on best works and set goals for improvement. Mandela will host an experimental education fair on Friday, January 16th, which is tomorrow, as we kick off our clubs for their second semester. Every teacher advances a club based on student interests. Last semester, they had over 20 clubs. This semester will have selections as wide-ranging as fly tying and Dungeons and Dragons and STEM challenge. 8th grader Hattie Fairbridge, I hope I said her name right, will be reading her paper, Mission Impossible 2, Building Community, Uniting a Nation in a Nonviolent Way for our annual NAACP Martin Luther King Community Celebration at the Roundhouse on Monday, January 29th. And Mandela will be hosting teachers from Cleveland Middle School on Thursday, January 21st. Cleveland is a new IB school in Albuquerque Public Schools, and teachers and administration will be touring classrooms and asking about best practices for teaching in IB framework. And for our survey that we did, the overall mood at ECO was students described a school climate that feels hands-on, practical, and motivating, especially when learning that connects to real-world skills. Motivation has often tied to feeling capable and seeing progress in skill-based classes. And students often feel most connected in auto tech and welding and other hands-on career-focused classes. Student examples, my auto tech class said his auto tech class was the best because I get to help out and feel useful. Another one said welding because I'm good at it and I feel confident in that class, which is amazing. Welding is also very hard. I took in that class, it was not the easiest. Factors affecting day-to-day experience, balancing school with work or family responsibilities, having enough time during the day to complete assignments, access to relevant hands-on learning opportunities. What the students would like to see more of is expanded career and technical learning opportunities, clubs connected to hands-on technical interests, more time during the school day to complete work. And for Mandela, during the survey and the overall mood, students often describe parts of the school experience, especially smaller groups and supportive classes, as calmer and more personal. Motivation appears stronger when communication is clear and students feel supported by teachers. Some older students described increased stress as expectations rise. Connection to the school community. Students often feel most connected through grade level cohorts, reading club, natural helpers, classes with supportive and communicative teachers. For example, some students said, the whole 10th grade feels very connected because we've grown up together. Another one said, reading club because it's calm and everyone is respectful. And this one said, classes where teachers actually talk to us and listen. Factors affecting day-to-day experience. Students emphasize clear, timely communication about activities, opportunities, and academic expectations. Access to academic support during the school day, such as tutoring, extra help, or time to ask questions. Transportation and scheduling, especially when they limit students' ability to stay after school or participate in activities or other supports. Students from Mandela would like to see more of better communication about activities and opportunities, more tutoring and academic support during the school day, additional clubs and physical activity options, support with transportation and access, and so much more students can participate. And that is enough from me.
That was wonderful. Good roundup. Thank you. And next, last but not least, from Capitol.
Of course. Thank you, President Noble, Superintendent Dr. Griffin, and all board members. I'm excited to see everybody here. It's just amazing to see a community full of courage and fight. That's what I love about Santa Fe, and I will carry it wherever I go. For Capitol, two Capitol High School juniors were selected for the Global Runner Scholarship, which is an opportunity for them to visit Germany, Colombia, Kenya, Spain, Egypt, or Panama, which is very awesome for them. I really love that. I know both of them, and I'm super excited. Capitol High School also won first place in state comedy for the Lensic Theater. It looks like their film Shift won. also in the Best International Student Short Film at the Tasmingham International Film Festival in India, which is awesome. The Capitol High School Theater Department is also holding auditions for the April theater production, 10 Ways to Survive a Zombie Apocalypse by Don Soldis. I will also be auditioning for that. Let's see. It will be a fast-paced, darkly comedy production that blends survival horror with sharp humor and heart. So I hope to see you guys all there. And then our school also hosted the Hacer Scholarship Bus Tour. Capitol was one of the 12 schools to be selected for that, which was awesome. I was also there. They talked about scholarships, and we had this amazing workshop about how to write scholarship essays, and it was just awesome. As for our survey, it looks like Capitol's mood was mostly on focus and goal-centered. Students often feel connected in AVID, HOSA, Student Council, debate, and other academic clubs. Student examples include, quote, "I feel very included in AVID because teachers check in on us and we support each other," end quote. Students emphasize access to academic support during the school day, such as tutoring, extra help or time to ask questions, relationships with teachers and advisors, and opportunities to participate in structured, meaningful programs such as clubs, leadership groups, or career-focused pathways. And let's see, students would like to see more tutoring, additional career, medical, and leadership pathways, and more school-wide events. And that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Jack?
I forgot to add, we had about 960 people respond to the survey.
Wow. Can we get the results emailed?
Of course.
Those were profound and wonderful. Thank you. Anything from the board? All right. We will move on. We will move on to public forum. And just to say, I believe this was said at the beginning, but we are not going to read at the microphone tonight all the emails. The board was forwarded all of the emails that were received and had a chance, all of us have had a chance, I believe, to look at all of them, and they will be in the record. I would also ask, and Joe will say this, but please let's stick to our time limits tonight and be courteous and respectful to all. Thank you. Joe.
Thank you, President Noble and Superintendent Dr. Griffin. I'd like to go over the Santa Fe Public Schools Board of Education Public Forum ground rules. Public forum includes online and/or virtual participation as needed, as well as in-person comments when the board holds in-person meetings. Please listen and speak with respect. No uncivil conduct will be permitted. Please do not discuss any specific student who is not your own. No sharing of time. Self-monitor and observe the 3-minute time limit. You will receive a 30-second warning when your time is almost up. Public commentary and dialogue are allowed only during the public forum, not throughout the meeting. Please search for answers on common ground. You may speak on any topic, whether it's on the agenda or not. Your input will be taken into consideration. Please be advised that the board may discuss your issue during the meeting, but by law, the board cannot take action on items that are not on the agenda. Please do not discuss employee matters which may result in disciplinary action. Instead, notify the employee's supervisor, the Human Resources Department, or the superintendent. And with that, President Noble, our first speaker is Valerie Tapia.
Good evening, board and community members. I was going to speak on behalf of my husband and still the 6 minutes, but I'll keep it short. So my name is Valerie Tapia. My husband is Greg Tapia. We've been Santa Fe, New Mexico residents for over 41 years. Our daughter is 9 years old. She's Audrey Tapia. She's attended E.J. Martinez since kindergarten, and we have a 5-year-old son who will be attending the Santa Fe Public Schools next year. First, we'd like to acknowledge Principal Armijo and her staff for being extraordinary leaders in our community. They strive for excellence and lead with compassion. They provide holistic support for our children, addressing their academic and emotional needs. We've never felt so comfortable leaving our child in a school establishment, as we know our daughter will be prioritized and her needs will be placed above all else. E.J. Martinez is a home away from home, and we consider Principal Armijo and her staff an extension of our family. Additionally, Principal Armijo and her staff go above and beyond expectations, striving and advocating to provide our children with equitable access to school resources and enrichment opportunities. Some of these opportunities have included the 21st Century Program, which Audrey has participated in for the last 4 years, and provides learning opportunities that expand math and science academics, and mentors children in becoming future leaders and innovators in our community. Audrey is also participating in SAGE, and as she's the top of her class, and provides access to advanced education program that supports growth through enrichment projects and specialized math and reading. She's also been recently highlighted in the Santa Fe Public School newsletter as being a good and strong, courageous community leader. In interacting with Principal Armijo and her staff, parents and students alike have a close connection because of how personable they are and how they go the extra mile to be involved in every student's learning. It's important to acknowledge the growth in these accomplishments, as losing or separating our E.J. Martinez family will be a loss to our children, the Santa Fe Public Schools, and our community. We're extremely disappointed with the way E.J. Martinez has been managed by the administration. We were advised that our children needed to be relocated from E.J. Martinez due to the safety concerns, as our building was failing, and we had received funding for a rebuild. Our children were then relocated to another unsafe environment, where our children have been refused school resources or have come second to Chaparral's needs. It's now been 2 years, and we have yet to reach a resolution, and our students, as well as our E.J. Martinez family, continue to be in jeopardy. We recognize that the board will be voting on a path forward this evening, but fear that the options being explored are limited and without adequate research or community input. Board meetings that only provide attendees 3 minutes to provide input are insufficient and don't provide an opportunity for the brainstorming of actionable solutions. We don't want our concerns to fall on deaf ears, and we want to do our best to explore other options that could hopefully salvage a viable part of our community, E.J. Martinez. Very unfortunate. But my daughter's next, and she has 3 minutes.
My name is Audrey Tapia. I think that E.J. Martinez should stick together. It's not fair that we have been moved temporarily and the option for a new school is no longer on the table. I love my principal and teachers, and I would be sad to lose the close relationships I have with them. Ms. Armijo and the teachers mean a lot to me. They make me feel welcome no matter the circumstance. I'm scared to lose my EJ family, including friends, and hope you can improve us some options that keep us together. If we stay at Chaparral, we need some improvements. We don't have natural daylight, which doesn't allow us to learn to our full potential. In an emergency or a lockdown, we do not have a safe place in classrooms or outside. We are second to Chaparral because they get lunch first. For lunch, they get good trays and we get paper trays. For school events and gym access, Chaparral comes first. If there was a fire, they moved to the park next to us, providing them safety. I hope we have a solution that will keep us safe and keep us with our principal and teachers. Thank you.
And I apologize, that was Audrey Tapia, correct? Okay. And then Greg Tapia?
No, I was going to speak on his behalf.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no sharing of time. Okay, next up is Tammy Anaya.
Joe, could we call a couple at once to keep
Okay.
things moving?
So we have Tammy Anaya up, and then we'll have Stephen Anaya on deck, and then Patrick Hermeto will be after Stephen.
Thank you.
Okay.
He'll be here a little bit later, so.
Good evening. My name is Tammy Anaya, and this is my son Xavier. I am a proud educator, coach, and alumni of Santa Fe Public Schools, but most importantly, I am a mother. I am here to speak on behalf of EJ community. We chose EJ for its location, but we stayed because of the incredible staff led by former Principal Baca. EJ feels like a family, small, connected, and personal, where every child is known by name. I want to thank Principal Armijo for always putting our students' needs first. The possibility of dissolving EJ and scattering students across the city threatens the most important relationships children make during elementary. Relationships with peers and trusted adults that are critical to their development. When we were told EJ would receive a new building, we were hopeful. Sadly, now we feel the promise was made just to move us. EJ students were placed in the oldest, most neglected part of Chaparral. Classrooms without windows, odors of mouse droppings and urine, and a space that never felt like home. 2 years later, EJ remains displaced, often forgotten when events are planning and forcing our athletes to go without practice because of the unwillingness to compromise. Our students are fully aware of where they stand in that building, but also with our district. Kids hear everything. Xavier is a proud Viking. Taking that identity away means taking his community. As board members, your responsibility is to consider not just logistics, but the emotional and social impact on children, something that was overlooked when this process began. Recently, we were relieved to hear that the EJ community could remain together at Milagro. That hope was quickly met with resistance from vocal members of the Milagro staff. As educators, we are called to serve all students, especially during challenging times. I coached at Milagro for 3 years and brought Xavier with me daily. Middle schoolers are not scary, too big, or a bad influence. Xavier was 5 years old, and they accepted and treated him as a little brother. Scheduling differences mean minimal interaction, and licensure boundaries assures that Milagro teachers will not be burdened with additional responsibilities. What concerns me is a declining building where they are not treated with equity. Milagro has space, EJ simply needs a home.
30 seconds.
I want to remind you of the SFPS commitment to provide the best education of all students and to ensure that each has an equitable opportunity to succeed. We work together to provide a well-rounded education to every child that addresses their educational, physical, social, and emotional needs. I ask you to look at your elementary years. How would you feel surrounded by strangers instead of the community you grew up with? You have the power to keep our children together, protect their identities, and do what is right. Saving money matters, but never at the expense of our children's well-being. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Stephen Anaya is not present, so Patrick Romero is up, and then right after that, Jennifer Lopez, and then Jennifer Kahn. So if you could please come by here.
Good evening, Dr. I forget your last name, sorry, Griffin. It's been many, many years since I've spoke at this dais. Patrick Romero, congratulations, Kate, Juan, okay. 27 years ago, I was in my second year of volunteering, 13 years in the public school system, opening Southside schools, recently building E.J. Martinez, which is working on, I'm not E.J., Salazar Elementary, which is working on their 75th year as an elementary school, which I went to first grade there. Moving forward, the first PTO ever organized at Ortiz Middle School in Margot Shirley. Moving forward, my daughter, children right now, my granddaughter, 4th grade, she started at E.J. Martinez in kindergarten, Jayla Hayes, and I've got a pre-K grandson who's at NI right now and hopes to be able to continue into the E.J. Martinez community. Santa Fe is translated as the city of holy faith. I have faith that this body sees the unhealthy building structure of the aged, outdated facility that E.J. Martinez is housed in right now. One of my sons went to that Chaparral Elementary and before that they had the remodel of the newer facility. Remember, I've been around a lot, 66 years in this town. A lot of heritage here. So we're looking at Milagro, which I was so glad when we started putting that school together. years ago. 36% right now is occupancy. 36%? Are we actually accountable for the public dollars that we should be accountable to for that facility at 36% occupancy? Where I understand there is a full wing that will able to house E.J. Martinez as what I would call it as a cohabitated sister elementary feeder elementary school. So moving forward, we've got 3 doctors in the house, and I believe this doctor is in charge of facilities, correct? I'm facilities. I'm accountable to the city of Santa Fe with the facilities that we take care of, from the city, Old Santa Fe City Hall, City College of Santa Fe City Campus, to all the other facilities that are out there. You know, I go way back with Mr. Abeta and a few other people here. So moving forward, let us be smart and using our tax dollars here. Grandpa has shaken off the dust. He's back. And I don't want to be here 13 years down the road looking at this and saying, where are we? I'm tired of kicking cans down the road. We demanded when Cesar Chavez was opened and they took $7,000 away for safety. And we demanded, and we got that back years ago. And we moved on. We need to be better citizens and better accountable at our tax dollars that we spend. And that school can handle the occupancy. Thank you.
Okay, Jennifer Lopez is up now, Jennifer Kahn, and then Kimberly Will, if you'd come up, please.
Hello, President Noble. Congratulations. And the board, student board members, and Dr. Griffin. Before I start, I just wanted to say I was disappointed to hear that we wouldn't be able to hear the email public forums that were emailed in. I know our community and families spent a lot of time on those, and I feel like their voice should have been heard along with all of ours, so I just wanted to state that. My name is Jennifer Lopez, and I am extremely fortunate to teach gifted education, SAGE, at 2 fantastic small Midtown schools, Nava and EJ. I have been a teacher at EJ for 18 years and 9 years at Nava. My request is simple. Please vote to move EJ into Milagro, either as a K-8 or as a school within a school. Both scenarios offer a lot of positive possibilities. We have amazing examples of K-8s in our district. My own children attended a K-8 school, kindergarten through 8th grade, and it was a wonderful experience. We understand that this decision is a difficult one. We understand that not everyone likes the idea of us moving into Milagro. I am sure there were staff members at Chaparral who didn't like the idea of us moving in there either, but the decision was made. We didn't want to leave our building, but that decision was made anyway. Not everyone wanted to combine Connie, Alvord, Alargoite, and Alameda to create Aspen, but that decision was made. Same with combining Capshaw and DeVargas to create Milagro, and also with tearing down Agua Fria to create El Camino. The similarity in all of these cases was that they moved into new buildings that were provided for them and their communities. What you decide to do today will set a precedent. It should be a blueprint for how you will deal with similar situations in the future. EJ is just the first to go through this. We know other schools will face this fate at some point. We ask that your decision is equitable across all of Santa Fe, sustainable, and that the plan is transparent the whole way through. Thank you for your time.
Okay, Jennifer Kahn is up, Kimberly Will, and then Jerome Jaramillo. If you want to come on down, Jerome.
Okay, we're trying to learn processes. President Noble, board members. What do you want to say? I got to take time, so when you figure it out, mijita, we'll figure it out. So, board member Blea, I want to especially thank you for stepping up and showing up even before being sworn in. Some board members couldn't find the time for EJ until today, and that was disappointing. I want to thank President Noble for bringing up Miss Price. I was lucky enough, as you, to go to Santa Fe High School while she was there. But there's something I want to say about Miss Price. She would have shown up the first day. She wouldn't have shown up the last day. And she would have fought and cared the entire time. There was nobody better than Miss Price. So be a good neighbor to EJ. I want to say this community, this EJ community is phenomenal. Every teacher, every administrator know every child, and they meet each and every one uniquely at their level. I can't guarantee that at any other school. I can't guarantee that if you break them up, my child will thrive anywhere else. She will become the new student. She'll become the different student. She'll become something else. She is the first class at EJ to start school post-COVID. She didn't have to learn at home, and she knows this community. And this community is humble. These teachers are humble. They're not out there blasting social media about how great we are and what we do. No, they show up every minute, every day, every second, every hour. I know I can call Miss Armijo on a Saturday, and she's going to pick it up, and she's going to care about my child. And the program that they have developed is incredible for these students. Milagro, 36% capacity. You can house, and there is nothing that says 2 schools can't be on the same campus. You don't need to combine them, but you could do something creative. 6th graders are where we lose everybody, and we have a system of release and hope they get caught. You could create a program between those 2 schools and care about their developmental different needs and create a bridge, a system that the EJ students aren't just released and hope they get caught. They're released and we know they're got caught. They've been caught. 30 seconds. So with that, Zeodora, what do you want to say? Yes, you can say that.
Let's go Vikings.
Okay, next up is Kimberly Will, Jerome Jaramillo on deck, and then Navina Salas. Come on down, if you could, please. Thank you.
Board President Noble, members of the board, and Superintendent Dr. Griffin. We're living in a time when we look around our country and we see families and friends and communities being ripped apart. Our EJ Martinez is a safe haven, a spot of light, love, laughter, and learning that exists within a world of chaos. We're living in a time when we're seeing school enrollment decline and test scores lower, but EJ enrollment holds strong and test scores are soaring. And I'm gonna brag a little bit because my little guy, his reading score increased 26 points since the beginning of school testing, and his math score has increased 16 points since the beginning of school testing. This is happening within a structure that is less than ideal for learning. Please imagine what the school could do when put intact in an environment that's safe and suited for learning. My son is on the autism spectrum. This makes it a little difficult for him to build strong connections with his peers. At EJ, his peers do not have a hard time connecting with him. The kids in his class, most of them have been together since kindergarten, take care of him, want to help him when he struggles, and know how to help him when he needs it. Research has shown that when schools shut down, it doesn't save the district money unless it's accompanied by big district-wide layoffs. Research also shows that the emotional impact of children that come from closed schools to a new school is detrimental, with kids feeling lost and unable to acclimate to a new environment. And if you don't really care about the emotional impact, maybe you'll care about the educational side, because research shows that kids who come from closed schools often start testing lower than they did at their original school, and it's very difficult for them to catch up. Some of them may never catch up. This community has been built with intention. This Viking family didn't happen by accident. It has been carefully crafted by the educators that hold it together. The school, its staff, and its students deserve to stay together to continue this legacy of love, inclusivity, respect, and learning. The teachers at Milagro have said that they don't want a pre-K through 8.
I'm sorry,
maybe consider a school within a school that will never merge together. My son will be tested soon on his IEP, and he may test out of a couple of specials. If and when he does, my family will have EJ Martinez to thank. From the bottom of my heart, thank you, EJ staff, for what you guys do every single day. I'm begging, please keep EJ Martinez together and open in a spot where our children can grow and thrive. Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Jerome Jaramillo, Navina Salas, and then Oneva Peña. Please come down, Oneva.
Hi, my name is Jerome Jaramillo, and I am in the 6th grade. I've attended EJ Martinez since pre-K. I feel like you should consider keeping EJ Martinez together because the teachers are really nice, very supportive, and help us learn and thrive. They've helped me and other students with work, or even if you just want to talk to someone if you are sad. I've had so much good memories at EJ, and it really hurts me that I have to see all my peers in an unsafe school for them to learn. All the students have got used to the teachers, and it will hurt us kids that they have to leave to different schools and not to see their teachers and friends. It hurts me so much. They should not have to be split up. They should get what they deserve, a school like Milagro. It's a big school. There should be enough space for them. Us kids have feelings too.
Okay, next up is Navina Salas, Oneva Peña, and then Kalisa Peña.
Hi, my name is Navina Salas. I'm a 3rd grader student at EJ Martinez. I've attended EJ Martinez ever since kindergarten. Here are some reasons why I don't want EJ Martinez to get split up. Number 1, all of the teachers are so kind to all of us. Number 2, I know I've learned a lot with EJ Martinez teachers. Number 3, I love EJ Martinez teachers and students. I just love EJ Martinez for who they are. In my experience, I have had a lot of help, guidance when it comes to my learning and my emotional support. It hurts to think about having to go to a different school and start over with different teachers and students I won't know or feel comfortable with. It sounds and feels really scary. Please think about ways to keep our EJ Martinez family together. Thank you for listening to me.
Okay, next up is Kalisa Peña. No, I'm sorry. Oneva Peña. Sorry about that. Then Kalisa Peña, and then Matthew Pacheco.
Good evening, Dr. Griffin and President Noble and all the board members, student board members also. It's awesome to see you guys here. It's also awesome to see everybody here tonight and how many people we showed up for, whatever you want to say. Thank you for being here. I just want to say I am a parent of 3 Santa Fe Public School students. I have a daughter at Santa Fe High School, a daughter at Milagro Middle School, and a daughter at EJ Martinez. I have been fighting this fight with EJ Martinez since my oldest daughter was in 2nd grade at EJ. So this has been 12 years since I have been showing up to these meetings. And unfortunately, we are still in the same position that we were 12 years ago, which is super frustrating because this has been something that we have been discussing for a long time. So I kind of feel like if this has been on the table, there should have been a plan in place or some sort of plan to move forward with this, and I don't think we should still be in the same spot that we are right now. I remember when Miss Baca was at EJ Martinez, and she was showing up to these meetings to fight for EJ. It's kind of funny that now she's on the Milagro side. I'm not saying that she's fighting against us, but just a different school. And I still love her and appreciate her and adore her. And I have to say that our Mijo, who has came in to fight for EJ, has been just as amazing. The teachers that I have had teach my daughters have been amazing. I've grown up with them also. My kids have grown up with them. And to see them, how far we have come as an EJ community is just amazing. They are amazing people and they do so much for our students. I just have to say also, because I've thought of this before, my mom was an EJ Martinez Viking back in the 60s. My husband was an EJ Martinez Viking in the 80s. So this is not just today's problem. This is an EJ Martinez that has been in our community for decades. So to close this school and just say, you know, it doesn't matter anymore is very hurtful to a lot of us. And not just the kids who are in this school now, but future kids who are coming up. I have family who have little ones who are planning on sending their kids to EJ in a couple years. And that's heartbreaking when you lose that. And you are forced to disperse throughout the city. I know we have a beautiful city and we have other amazing schools, but they're not EJ Martinez. And they don't have the community that we have built for so long. So please take that into consideration.
Okay, next up is Calissa Pena, and then we have Matthew Pacheco, and then Rebecca Gutierrez. She'll be up after Matthew.
I think we should have EJ Martinez back because it wasn't that good moving to this new school, and we just weren't on that good of a side of the school, and I think we should be in a more better school. But I do think a lot of our teachers helped us to move to this school because they are really great teachers, and I think we should have just ODJ back, but our teachers just helped us a lot with this school. But I really don't think we should just say, okay, it's over, like that. Because we've, like my mom said, we've worked more than a decade for this school, and I don't think we should just say it's over because we've been working on it a lot, and just saying it's over isn't that good. Thank you. Ready?
Thank you.
Well,
are you done?
Well, you want to say it?
It's okay. You don't have to go. You're fine. Okay. Our time's almost up.
Let's go Vikings.
Okay, next up is Matthew Pacheco, Rebecca Gutierrez, and Alex Van Camp.
Good evening, Madam President Noble, and congratulations, Madam Vice President Bose, Superintendent Dr. Griffin, and members of the board. My name is Matthew Pacheco, and I am a 7th grade science teacher at Milagro Middle School. I feel a little outnumbered here. It's been disheartening that there have been discussions about Milagro becoming a K-8 or becoming a school within a school when the teachers, parents, and students of Milagro haven't been a part of these conversations, although I know I teach some of your kids. Yes, the superintendent spoke with teachers about this matter prior to the last board meeting, and we showed up then, but no conversation has occurred with these teachers, parents, or the students prior to this board meeting. During the last board meeting, then board president Abeyta said, quote, anything related to Milagro K-8, that's something we're going to deal with down the line and not anything immediate as far as January goes, end quote. Well, it's January and we're still talking about it. Why? I get it, EJ needs a place to go. They were told they would get a new school, and I would be a little upset too. But why retrofit a middle school to house an elementary? Our school, there's a waiting list, things are happening. Like board member Bose said last board meeting pertaining to this issue, quote, "We need to be fiscally responsible," end quote. Unless Milagro is going to become a K-8, these changes to the school would not be fiscally responsible, especially when there are already buildings in the district that can accommodate the EJ community. I hope you all remember what you said during the last board meeting about the importance of middle school and what we have going at Milagro, because like board member Noble said last meeting, quote, "We've gotten somewhere that seems pretty beautiful with Milagro, and I want to make sure we don't upset that apple cart," end quote. We do have something beautiful at Milagro, and this decision would only hinder all the work we have done to get here. So, members of the board, I hope you are able, this is a tough decision, don't want to be in your shoes, but I hope you are able to make the fiscally responsible decision. Thank you.
Okay, next up is Rebecca Gutierrez, then Alex Van Camp, and then Michelle, I'm sorry, I can't read your last name, Franklin Hill, gotcha. There, I see the hyphen now, thank you so much for that. So you'll be after them, all right. So with that, Rebecca Gutierrez.
Good evening, board members and Superintendent Griffin. My name is Rebecca Gutierrez, but everyone at my favorite school calls me Miss G. I teach 4th grade at E.J. Martinez, and I've been here for 10 years. This is where I began my teaching journey, and my heart is forever tied to this community. I honestly can't imagine ever leaving the school that shaped me and the place where I found purpose and belonging. I speak to you with respect and heart for our students and our community. The solution to move E.J. Martinez to the Milagro Middle School campus as a pre-K through 6th grade school is the right solution because it keeps our community together in a safe and healthy place. When I started teaching in 2016, we fought with heart and unity to keep our school open. Since then, we have continuously faced uncertainty, we've had to relocate to another campus, and we've waited and waited for decisions to be made. Through everything, we've stayed strong and patient, trusting that the right student-focused decision would be made. Even through these tough times, our families, staff, and students have continued to show resilience, dignity, and trust in our school board. Keeping E.J. Martinez together in a safe and healthy location not only helps us honor the lasting relationships we've nurtured, but also the hard work and dedication that make us who we are. Our students succeed because they feel heard, understood, and supported by our community. Every student deserves to feel safe, valued, and supported, and E.J. Martinez has been that place, a place where families are welcomed, teachers care and are deeply invested, and students are nurtured not just academically, but as whole people. Moving E.J. Martinez to the vacant space at Milagro Middle School would let us move forward without losing what has been built since 1959. E.J. Martinez holds history to the city of Santa Fe. This move would solve the issue of aging facilities that have not had proper maintenance throughout the years, all of the health and safety concerns, and the ongoing limitations that we will continue to face if we remain at Chaparral's campus. E.J. Martinez is a strong community. We fought and we deserve more than just a patchwork of repairs to a building that is already unsafe and in bad shape for our students. We await a space that appropriately serves our E.J. Martinez community. Thank you for your commitment to the students of Santa Fe Public Schools, and most of all, thank you for your commitment to our E.J. Martinez community.
Okay, next up, Alex Van Camp, Michelle Franklin Hill, and then Tiffany Encinias.
Short. Good evening, Superintendent Dr. Griffin, SFPS board members, and student board members. My name is Alex Van Camp, and I am the 6th grade teacher at E.J. Martinez Elementary. I'm here tonight to advocate for the students, families, and teachers in our community. While trying to compose this speech, I have been flooded with many emotions, frustration and disappointment being two at the forefront. I feel as though I have written this speech many times, only for it to fall on deaf ears, only for it to be heard by members of the board who seem invested in the emotional and academic stability of some of our students within the district. I am grateful to the board members who have taken the time to visit our school site and see the conditions of our community that we are learning and teaching in. Congratulations, Board Member Blea, on your newly elected position, and thank you for taking the time to visit our site. Board members Dr. Carmen Gonzalez and Sarah Bose, thank you for responding to our invitation last fall to visit our facility and take time to reflect and respond to the situation we are in. Board Member Abeta, President Noble, I appreciate you finally taking the time to do the same. This appreciation comes with hesitation, though, seeing as how you were invited months ago and only chose to respond and visit when word of a packed and emotionally charged board meeting came into play. It feels as though your visit, which came mere hours before this meeting, was a political move meant to save face. Your timing allows for no real processing or reflection on the condition of our building, and no opportunity to come up with thoughtful and collaborative solutions. I would hope that if you continue to hold your board positions in years to come, you will take the time to actively participate within each school community, especially those that are a consistent topic of conversation and your choices have a direct impact. Moving forward, I'm counting on the active participation of those in power to be fully immersed in the communities that are making such large decisions about. I hope that all of the board members will consider each of the perspectives given tonight and have the well-being of students come first when making this decision. This includes their physical safety, health, emotional stability, and sense of community. As I tell my sixth graders, each and every day, when you know better, do better. Now that you have all seen the state of the facility that we are in, I hope you can accomplish that tonight. Thank you.
Okay, Michelle Franklin Hill is up. After that, Tiffany Encinias, and then Daniela Vasquez, America Guizar.
Thank you. Dear esteemed school board committee, my name is Michelle Franklin Hill. I am a mom, a grandmother, a U.S. Army veteran, and a pre-K teacher at E.J. Martinez. I am writing today because I was elated to hear of the prospect of moving our beloved E.J. to Milagro. The idea of being housed in a beautiful building where the opportunities for a new, innovative vision are not only accepted but encouraged. I am genuinely grateful for the time here working with Ms. Erica Maestas of Chaparral, as she has been very gracious, and I admire her family engagement initiatives immensely. I really do. Moving forward, I will once again work alongside the outstanding cadre of extremely talented teachers at EJ, with whom I have worked for the past 6 years in kindergarten and 3 years at pre-K. I don't know, I got nervous about that. Okay, the day in and day out efforts of these teachers are beyond exemplary. The administrative department and auxiliary staff have unmatched and unparalleled expertise, and our principal, whose unwavering energy and dedication as my mentor of genuine professionalism, is a true testament of our leadership under Miss Angelique Armijo. Moving to our next chapter, as we are working with Miss Georgia Baca, former EJ principal, is genuinely a milagro in itself, as she was my principal before, during, and after COVID, and her strength and resilience are notable and recognized. Along with Miss Armijo, Miss Baca, and a beautiful new campus, I cannot think of a better new beginning for not only the fantastic students of Santa Fe, but also the entire community around Midtown. Please consider this an opportunity of a lifetime.
Okay, up next is Tiffany Encinias, then Daniela Vasquez, America Guizar, and then Bridget Martinez. So with that, Tiffany Encinias.
Good evening, Board, Santa Fe Board. My name is Tiffany Encinias, and I'm a pre-K assistant in the pre-K. I want to share with you some comments from our wonderful pre-K students at EJ Martinez, and the girls are holding up my students. We have cool stuff like kitchen timers, and I like making stuff like Play-Doh and slime. I like our birthday parties letters that we hang up on our wall, says Ella. I like my school family and playing around with my friends, says Madison. I like my school because I get to play with Ella, and I like nap time because it's so quiet and peaceful, says Aviana. I like to play and clean up, and I like that. I like my friends. I like to help my friends. I like my friends so much, says Allie. My name is Athena, and I am 5. I like my school. I like my friends. I like Allie and Ella. I like to come to school every day. I know Miss C loves me because she's so nice to me, and that is the end. Me gusta esperadas es mistadas, Amalia, age 5. Siempre me gusta chamar las responsibilities, says Angie. I like to play with my friends. I love my teachers, and I love going to school, says Cody. I love my mom taking me to school. I like to play with my babies in la casita. I like playing with dress-up clothes, says Ileana. I like my friends. I like pretending to be Sonic characters. I like to tag outside with my friends. I like when we go to PE. I like coach, says Ezekiel. I like to sleep. I like nap time. I like breakfast and lunch and snacks. I also like Athena. I also like playing with Ellie, says Amira. I like playing with my friends, and that's it, says Dio. I miss my mom and dad, but when I am here at school, I make art with my friends. I like playing with my friends, and I like to race them outside because I'm a fast runner, says Arthur. I love to play with my friends. I have lots of friends. I love going to the gym. I also love to read, and I love my teachers, says Zoe. I like playing with our trains. I like playing with our cozy cabin in the classroom. I also like Spider-Man, says Arthur. I like to play with slime, and I like to play with Ileana, says Lynette. I like to play with my friends. I like playing with all the toys. That is it, says Damian. I just have one comment. These were pre-K students, and they're age 4s and 5s, and they really love this school and the teachers that are there. They even acknowledge the admin, so please support EJ in what you choose. Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Daniela Vasquez America Guazar, Bridget Martinez, and then Kelly Dawson after that. So with that. Are there both other two of you? Okay, all right. I'm sorry, I thought it was one person.
Good evening to the board and superintendent. My name is Daniela, and I'm a sophomore at Capital.
My name is America, and I'm a sophomore from Capital, and we are here today as members of EvolveMate. EvolveMate is a youth-led movement working to decrease the addictive and harmful use of nicotine.
One of the campaigns we have been working with for the past few years is the 24/7 campaign. The 24/7 campaign is helping New Mexico school districts adopt, implement, and enforce truly comprehensive tobacco-free school policies. Under a truly comprehensive policy, tobacco, nicotine use, possession, and distribution is prohibited by anyone, anywhere, at any time, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
At Capital High School, we've made progress towards being 100% nicotine-free. For example, there are posters around the school for lung awareness, and we hear a lot of announcements communicating the nicotine-free policies. This is a great step in the right direction, but there's always more we can be doing. One of the main things districts can do is have up-to-date policies. We are here to give a big thanks to Santa Fe Public Schools for having long-standing nicotine policies that are up to state standards. In 2023, the New Mexico Public Education Department approved a rule requiring that all public schools adopt a comprehensive nicotine policy. This was in large part due to the efforts of students like us across the state pushing for this change. Thanks so much for making these updates long before the state ruling to best protect students, staff, and visitors within the district.
As a partner and resource to Santa Fe Public Schools, we are here to offer our resources to make enforcing this policy as easy as possible. We can provide bilingual tobacco-free signs, the 24/7 Schools Toolkit, and faculty training resources to all schools in your district at no cost. Additionally, we recently created a new resource, our Parent and Guardian Toolkit, which schools can give out to parents or guardians if their students are found in violation of school nicotine policies. We also offer free presentations to middle and elementary schools.
On behalf of Evolvement, we thank you for taking the time to learn more about the 24/7 campaign. We hope that we can continue to help Santa Fe Public Schools with enforcement and implementation of these policies. Thank you.
And just apologies, I thought that was one name. It's Daniela Vasquez and America Guazar, so just for both of them. Okay, next up, Bridget Martinez, Kelly Dawson, and Catherine Dothit.
Hello, my name is Bridget Martinez. My son is Michael, and he is in Miss G's 4th grade class. I'm also a hospice nurse. I chose EJ Martinez as my son's school based off the community and the sense of family, as well as the education. The staff knows my son's triggers and emotional needs. Having come from a domestic violence situation, they have worked diligently with him and others to thrive. The staff goes above and beyond the call of duty to know each and every student's physical, emotional, mental, and psychological needs, as well as their academics. The students know every student. We have become a family, not just a community. Our kids are the future. We need to give them a fighting chance to succeed in life by keeping EJ, staff, students, community, and family together. The National Education Association statistics shows that when elementary classes are broken up due to decrease in enrollment or budget cuts, students experience a significant negative mental, emotional, and psychological impacts. The students, staff, and families, and the community. Significant disruptions to their academic process and social connections. Drop in test scores, attendance, as well as long-term consequences in future education. Behavioral issues. Researchers have shown an increase in disciplinary problems, students becoming bullies, students fighting when students are thrown into new schools and are the new student and that they're not unwelcome. An increase in anxiety and in oppression, a diminished sense of belonging, loss of routine, social interaction, feeling grief and loss, physical uncertainty, loss of familiar safety environment where they have established a connection, stability, and routine with the EJ family. This can all lead to chronic stress and mental issues. No one has brought any of this up in the concern of our students' well-being. Due to the sense of the betrayal, mistrust in the school board and system and the local leadership, which you guys have shown our students, staff, family, and community by lying to us and not housing us in an appropriate building. Our kids are our future. The staff there show up with smiles on their faces and continue to be there for our students. The abuse inflicted from the school board and our leaders, students already feel the negative impact mentally, emotionally, and psychologically. Keep EJ staff, students, family together. That's all.
Okay. Kelly Dawson, Catherine Dothit, and then Becca Hullock, please.
All right, good evening, Kelly Dawson. I'm a resident of Santa Fe. I'm rising to implore you to give EJ Martinez a home at Milagro. I'm a little taken aback. She just mentioned something that I was thinking about on my drive here is, what is the impact this is having on these kids? A theme that we're seeing over and over is environment, community, and I'm not getting that that's resonating with y'all. You have an opportunity right now. What I've talked to the teachers, I've talked to the principals, what I'm hearing is that there's been a stonewall, there's been a tone deafness, there's been inaction, there's been a we don't care attitude. We can't do that to our teachers. We can't do that to our students. And I feel like you feel that that's okay, and we can't let that happen. You got to lead, and you've got to make a decision on this. And unfortunately, you've got to make an assessment about what damage has been done. You have the opportunity tonight to right the wrongs of these kids. You have the opportunity tonight to right the wrongs of these faculty and staff. I implore you to do that. Second issue, fix the tone deafness. You've got good people here. You've got passionate people here. But I'm feeling they're not heard. You need to listen to your faculty. You need to listen to your teachers. That ain't happening. And we know that for sure, just within this little amount of time. Second thing, are we in a rat race of not maintaining our buildings properly? We do see, it appears that there's negligent management of our assets. I would implore you to look at that. But anyways, I beseech you, make the right decision, give them a home. Thank you.
Okay, Catherine Dothit's up, Becca Hullock, and Leslie Prada is up after it.
Wow, I've pretty much rewritten everything that I wrote earlier today, and I want to say how awestruck I am by the people who have spoken from E.J. Martinez. I always heard it was an amazing place. Ms. Bach is an amazing principal, and I'm not surprised that you're amazing people at all. And you brought your special ops in your children who are amazing. I've never seen such children who can deliver a speech like this. I'm really dazzled. So I am humbled, and I want to just, I think it's even more, I always thought it sitting there thinking, maybe I should just I'm not going to speak now. I'm Catherine Douthat, and I teach English Language Arts at Milagro Middle School. I thought about just, running out the back door after hearing you all talk. It's heartrending. Mr. Dawson, I heard you, and I am hearing everyone that's speaking tonight. I want to say a couple things quickly. I'm really sorry about the loss of your building. I'm actually really fond of that building. I love architecture. I think E.J. Martinez is a gorgeous little corner of the world. And I went there with my husband to study the labyrinth when Milagro wanted to build a labyrinth. We studied your labyrinth. So I also want to say that I share with someone here in this crowd talked about sustainability and equitable decisions, and I hope that we do find something that's equitable and sustainable. I want to also say that Milagro isn't a vacant space. Yes, it may be operating at technically 36% occupancy. I don't know where another 64% population would go, but I know we have always been ready to take on more middle school kids. We just could not hire the teachers for it. We had a waiting list this year. But we also have in that wing a number of special needs classrooms that cater to only a very small number of children. Those classrooms were specially built for highly specific disabilities, and those children get incredible care. And it's not practical and it's not economical. And taking care of people with special needs requires special circumstances. So if there's one thing I want to leave you with tonight is that we at Milagro we don't not care, we do care a lot. And we are a loving bunch of faculty, we love our children. We didn't bring our kids tonight. It's a little bit hard to see middle school kids as cuddly. No, they would have done great. But I just want to say I'm glad I'm not in your shoes. This is a tough decision, but whatever happens, I know that we'll be neighbors together. Thank you.
Okay, next up is Becca Hullock, Leslie Prada, and then Representative Tara Lujan.
Dear members of the school board, my name is Becca Hulick, and I am writing with deep respect and appreciation for the work you do on behalf of our students, families, and staff. I am reaching out kindly to request clarity and direction regarding the future of the two schools currently housed within the shared campus. In my role as a Communities in Schools Student Success Facilitator at Chaparral Elementary, I have the privilege of supporting students and families from both schools, working closely with educators, admin, and community partners to remove barriers and help students thrive. Through this work, I have seen firsthand the dedication, compassion, and resilience that live within these walls. I have also witnessed the very real challenges that come with sharing one physical space between two school communities. While collaboration and neighborly support between Chaparral and EJ Martinez are strong, the building itself presents ongoing logistical challenges that impact daily operations and student support. These challenges are felt most during school-wide testing periods. During these times, teachers and staff are often left scrambling to locate available classrooms or quiet spaces for students who require extended time or specific learning accommodations. This creates unnecessary stress for educators and, more importantly, can disrupt the learning environment for students who need consistency and calm in order to succeed. These are not issues rooted in the lack of cooperation or care. On the contrary, Chaparral and EJ share a genuine sense of respect for one another. Our staff regularly support each other, our students interact with kindness, and there is a true spirit of community between neighbors. The challenge lies not in the people, but in the limitations of the building as a shared space trying to meet the growing and diverse needs of two school populations at once. With that in mind, I respectfully ask the board to consider providing a clear decision or a timeline regarding the future plans of this campus. Having directions would allow staff, families, and support teams, like communities in schools, to better plan, advocate, and continue serving students with intention and care. Thank you for taking the time to listen and for your continued commitment to our schools. We are proud of the love, collaboration, and resilience that define Chaparral and our neighbors, EJ Martinez, and we look forward to a path forward that best supports all students housed here. Thank you.
Okay, Leslie Prada's up, then Representative Tara Lujan, and then Jennifer Trujillo, who's our last speaker.
Good evening, Dr. Griffin, board members, and district leadership, and everyone here. My name is Leslie Prada, and I am a second grade teacher at Chaparral who has proudly served in the district for 14 years. I am writing to urge the board to issue a final decision regarding the future of Chaparral Elementary and EJ Martinez Elementary. For 2 years, both school communities have been operating in a state of uncertainty. While we continue to serve students with care and professionalism, the absence of a clear long-term plan has taken a toll on students, families, teachers, support staff, related service providers, and administrators. At Chaparral, this affects children and educators every day who are being asked to adapt indefinitely without knowing what stability will look like for their school. I would like to acknowledge and extend thanks for the recent approval of the site improvements, including an HVAC upgrade, a field added to the playground, and classroom furniture. These improvements are meaningful and appreciated. However, physical upgrades cannot compensate for the daily instructional and logistical limitations imposed by two schools sharing a single building without a permanent plan in place. Chaparral staff and students have shown extraordinary flexibility, patience, and goodwill. We problem solve daily, plan extensively, and adjust repeatedly. However, resilience should not be mistaken for sustainability. The current arrangement is not optimal for either school, and the prolonged lack of clarity has real consequences for student learning, staff morale, and family trust. What our community needs most is certainty. A final board decision needs to provide the clarity necessary to plan responsibly, support students effectively, and move forward with purpose. The staff at Chaparral, EJ, and the children and the families we serve deserve stability, transparency, and a clear path forward. Thank you for your attention to this matter and for your commitment to our students.
Okay, next up is Representative Tara Lujan, and then after that, Jennifer Trujillo.
Thank you. Thank you, board. And congratulations to our new board member, Mr. Blea. Welcome to the Santa Fe Public School Board. Much appreciated. I'm really emotional. I'm just going to say this. I just left a town hall that we're having a legislative town hall quickly to be here because I wanted to be here for the community and to continue my support on this issue. And to thank you, and thank you, our new superintendent, for your dedicated work and meeting E.J. Martinez and Chaparral where we are, and coming to the table respectfully and looking to problem solve. And I've said this to my PTA. I have to say, Milagro is in my district as well. EJ is in my heart and in my district because I'm tied to them. I'm a parent there as well, twice over, and I was a former student there as well. And I live right next door to EJ Martinez proper. You will continue to hear from me. I've been speaking to you over and over, and my priority and my request from you is still to keep your promise to us and your commitment and rebuild E.J. Martinez proper. I think if we had more planning and more dedication, and we had more time to organize, like we see everybody here tonight, we would be in a much different place. So it is upon me as a state representative in this school district to say all of the kids, not just in my district, but across the state, all of the kids are our kids. And I truly mean that, as we are looking to take on a new session that begins on Tuesday and really dive into the budget issue and looking where we're putting those dollars. And I personally am telling you, I'm committed in fighting for some of these dollars and these issues. And I want to thank my school board, and you know I believe in you because we have some other problems that we need to solve, and you need to put the pressure on us at the Capitol, and I'm begging you to come. And we need to figure out what's going on with our public charter schools, magnet schools, all of those things. We're going to be looking at how we're going to be redistricting our schools and all consolidation and looking at all of our facts and datas and everything. Thank you. I hope I can have a little bit more time. I'm sorry, but I'm kind of giving you some pushback on us because we need to do our job too at the legislature, and we need to figure out these solutions in a much bigger way, and that's upon you all right now, and I understand that, and I want to say it's hard as a elected official with you. These are not easy decisions, but I want to continue, and I want to really say, please go back to your original plan and prioritize it. You have a huge budget right now. You got $150 million of taxpayer dollars. You need to look at your budget just as much as we do, and I hold myself accountable there. To really prioritize and look what's going on. I know it's not easy, but when we look at the social emotional needs of our students, and that is priority across the board, and we have kids that have, right now, have as many issues as they have. In the school, E.J. Martinez, we keep our kids together. We have the dedication. We don't move our teachers. They're dedicated. They've helped me. They've been there, some of them, since my son was there. And I can tell you as a parent, I was turned away from the schools on the east side, and I was turned away from the schools on the south side when my son had special needs, and we didn't have the provisions then. But E.J. Martinez, arms wide open, said, you bring him here, and we're going to take him on. And I made the dedication as a parent then, before I got into politics or anything, and I spent 2 years in that classroom, 1 year every day in that classroom, and the dedication never changed, and it hasn't changed. But when we move kids and we don't listen to them, and the social and emotional trauma that we are causing, that we need to really pay attention to that. It's like a divorce, what we're doing here, and that trauma is one of the highest traumas that we all know and we understand on that level, but that is what our kids are trying to express in their ways. And I implore you to look at the Martinez lawsuit and look at our population in our city, and I know you're going to do your best with the decision in front of you, but I need to remind you, we had a plan, we had a promise. And I asked you to keep that promise to us and go back and look at what you could do with that property and that school that needs a little love, and our schools and our kids that need a lot of love right now. Thank you.
And our last speaker for tonight is Jennifer Trujillo.
I hope I get a couple extra minutes as well, because I was actually planning on having you guys read this email, but I was at a dinner with my grandma, and I'm listening to the board meeting, and I hear that you guys aren't going to read our emails, so I actually had to leave dinner tonight to come and get my voice across, so hopefully my 3 minutes has not started. My name is Jennifer Trujillo. I'm a school social worker at Milagro Middle School, and I've served Milagro and the De Vargas community for the past 22 years. I'd like to express my deep concern regarding E.J. Martinez being housed as a school within a school at the Milagro campus. It's my understanding that to accommodate the E.J. community, Milagro's 2 classrooms that are highly structured special education classrooms would need to be relocated to another school site. These classrooms have served students with significant physical and intellectual disabilities. We're talking about students in wheelchairs in the past, some that require feeding tubes, have seizure disorders, autism, Down syndrome, cerebral palsy, and other unnamed developmental delays. This raises a critical ethical concern. It's wrong to displace students with special needs in order to accommodate general education students, especially when there are multiple alternative solutions that do not involve disrupting a successful middle school environment. It's taken years for us to rebuild following the De Vargas CAPTCHA merger. As professionals, we have an ethical responsibility to protect their access to appropriate facilities and services. Displacing them when there are other viable options is not only unjust, it undermines years of intentional planning and investment. Displacing high-needs students with disabilities to house general education students from another school sounds like a huge civil rights issue to me. Many people I know are deeply concerned about housing elementary-age students on an existing middle school campus. Given the maturity, differences, social dynamics, and safety considerations, this approach feels irresponsible, especially when it results in dismantling specialized programs that are currently working well. These 2 classrooms were built with voter-approved bond funding to meet ADA requirements and serve students with physical and intellectual disabilities, designed for special education students, not for general education. They include wheelchair-accessible bathrooms with showers, medical and toileting support areas, laundry facilities, a full kitchen to teach essential life skills, particularly for students with disabilities, not for general education kindergarten use. Relocating these special needs students would require the district to spend substantial additional funds to recreate these specialized facilities to another school site. My question is, where are you going to send them? Nobody has told us that yet. It also costs additional money to retrofit the Milagro classrooms for elementary school use. How does this make sense financially? It doesn't to me. I'd love to hear your ideas on that. This plan appears costly, inefficient, and extremely disruptive, especially when the current setup already meets student needs. These students are a big part of our community. Be fair to our existing students, please. How fair is it that special needs students take such a significant hit to accommodate the EJ community? Our most vulnerable students would lose stability, specialized spaces, and consistency, elements that are essential to their success. These are the students that have the hardest time with transitions. How is it okay to do this to them? I respectfully urge the board to consider alternatives that preserve the stability, safety, and dignity of students with special needs while honoring and protecting a middle school environment that has taken years to develop. When discussing solutions for EJ, it's essential to consider all the students and staff affected, not just the EJ students and staff. Disrupting that progress risks repeated past mistakes that were difficult for students, family, and staffs alike. Thank you for your time and willingness to consider this perspective. I truly hope that we can all work together to find a solution that allows students to feel supported, safe, and for everybody to thrive. I'd be happy to talk to any of you guys. I'm born and raised in Santa Fe. I went to Nava Elementary, De Vargas Middle School, Santa Fe High, and I've worked with students with disabilities. My dad used to coach Special Olympics. I grew up with some of you guys. I recognize you guys up there, the same same kids that were part of our community. These special needs kids are so special to me, and I understand where all you guys are coming from. The EJ, I understand you guys need a home, but there's so many other options that I would love to discuss with any of you guys. There's lots of options out there, and Milagro might be the easiest. It's not the best option. So thank you guys for your time. Thank you for.
President Noble, Dr. Griffin, that concludes public forum.
Thanks very much. Thank you to everyone who took the time and trouble to be here. I do want to clarify that the emails, we agreed not to read them out loud tonight for the sake of time. All the board members have read them. We all carved out time from our afternoons to read all the emails, so we have seen those, taken them in, and they are in the record and in board members' minds. Okay, we will move on to the next item on our agenda, the union update. I don't see, oh, excellent. Welcome, NEA Santa Fe. Yes, quick change. The button is on the base of the microphone. There you go.
There we go. Like Superman. Good evening again, Madam President Noble, Madam Vice President Bose, Superintendent Dr. Griffin, and members of the board. I'm still Matthew Pacheco, and I'm still a 7th grade teacher, science teacher at Milagro Middle School. This is my 7th year teaching science at Milagro. I'm a native to Santa Fe, who's a product of this district. I went to Kearney de Vargas, Santa Fe High. I left Santa Fe to get my education and came back to my hometown, where I was so fortunate to be teaching within this district. I'm currently the recording secretary for NEA Santa Fe and have been for the last 3 years. Today, we're asking for an increase to the state budget to cover 80% of all public education employees' health care premiums in order to support the recruitment and retention of high-quality educators from pre-K through higher education. Our second goal that we're asking for is a rise in employees' minimum wages and increase educator salaries as a retention strategy, a 10% increase for all school employees, including a $40,000 minimum for public school support staff, invest in a meaningful salary increase for faculty and staff of New Mexico colleges and universities with recent K-12 salary increases. Currently, higher ed salaries in New Mexico rank 36th in the US, and ESP salaries in higher education rank 45th. So that's our second goal. Our third goal is maximum class loads for K-12, to reduce maximum class sizes to 15 students maximum for pre-K through 3rd grade, 18 students maximum for 4th through 8th grades, and 22 students maximum for 9th through 12th grades. Our fourth priority, community fund framework, increase appropriation for the community schools fund designated for community schools planning and implementation. 12.5 million per year would be set aside for preparations for CS certifications. Our fifth goal is public employees retiree healthcare funds, legislate a funding source to ensure the long-term solvency of the New Mexico Retiree Healthcare Authority. And our last one, which I think it should be the first, but special education compensation, workloads, and educational support. Increase funding for a $10,000 annual stipend for special education teachers, a $5,000 stipend for special education assistants. Fund an additional 5 hours of dedicated planning time per week for special education teachers. Implement and uniform structure for districts to report both caseload and class load for special education teachers and ancillary staff, and develop a system that gives easy access to special education teachers and ancillary staff information on how caseloads are calculated to track and combine individual full-time equivalency, limit the student to teacher special education and ancillary staff caseload caseload to 1 FTE per staff member, including contracted staff members. And those are our 6 legislative priorities. You can find them on our website, NEA Santa Fe, NEA New Mexico. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are on item number 9 on our agenda, board announcements and follow-up. Are there any announcements from the board? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to item 10, superintendent announcements and follow-up. Dr. Griffin.
President Noble, Vice President Bose, board members, our next listening and learning tour will be on Friday, January 23rd from 9:30 to 11 at BF Young Professional Center. This session is open to staff, families, community members, and it will be conducted in Spanish with an English interpreter. The purpose of this session is to gather feedback on Santa Fe Public Schools' strengths and areas for growth and to help inform the future direction of our schools. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Moving swiftly along to our presentation and possible action items. We start with technology in education and student digital engagement. Superintendent.
Dr. Neil Weaver, thank you.
Sorry about that. I was looking for the clicker and it was right in front of me. My name is Dr. Neil Weaver, Deputy Superintendent of Operations, and I brought a couple of people along with me. I will introduce them as we go forward. We're excited to be here with you tonight to talk to you about just a really quick, brief overview of technology in education and to talk about student digital engagement. With that in mind, and I'm sorry, I forgot to do the formalities. Superintendent, Board President Noble, members of the board, thank you. I'm going to talk very quickly about the first 2 bullets you see here, and then the rest really becomes our agenda. The technology department went through the process of really looking at the service that we provide to our schools, to our students, to our teachers. We developed a strategic roadmap that looks over a 2-year period and then really looks into the future about how we're serving our students and ensuring that the technology is appropriate for our students, that student data is safe, that teacher data is safe. And we've really looked at staff and customer service. I really want to stress the fact that the folks that you're going to hear from next are really out in the schools and doing the work around how do we make sure that technology is used in an appropriate manner that supports best practice of artificial intelligence. You'll hear from Catherine Grunewald, and then Ms. Calmy Romero will talk to us about digital wellness. With that, I will hand it over to Mr. Gary Lewis.
Well, good evening, everyone, and I think we need to start with, first of all, thanking our stakeholders because they have supported ETN funding, which supports the technology that we use day in and day out in our classrooms. We manage on a daily basis over 23,000 units, and I'm just talking about laptops, Chromebooks, and desktop computers in our district. And that's on a daily basis. You add the whiteboards, the projection systems, the wireless systems that we use in our classrooms. There's a lot of management that happens on a daily basis. So thanks to our stakeholders for continuing to support ETN. I put our vision statement up here, and I really want us to focus on the very last, community with tools and resources to achieve success. We work day in and day out to make sure that technology, we're not using it as technology just to be using it. We're supporting our teachers so that they can be successful in their classrooms. And so we talk about our technology department, and we're a very people-first organization. We want to make sure that we are problem solving with our teachers, our students, our staff, so that we can make sure that you are successful in your classroom. ETN funding is an alternate financial means to support technology in New Mexico public schools. We have been using ETN funding since 2014. We just passed ETN funding, which will go to school year 28-29. I've listed support people who aren't here with us tonight, but that work in our district, just to recognize them. You have 3 ladies in our help desk. They're on the phone, they're on their computers constantly. This system in Santa Fe Public Schools, their use of technology continues to work and operate. We have an uptime of 97%. That means that our system works 97% of the time, right? When we have downfalls, it's because a contractor cuts a wire or a cable, and we have to go out and fix it, right? So we feel really good, and we should all be thankful. It takes all of us. It takes our students. It takes our teachers. It takes our technicians. It takes all of us working together to make sure that we have that uptime. And so that's very important for us to make sure that we can be successful day in and day out when we come in our classrooms, that our technology works. We also use ETN to help us to perform maintenance on our networks, to perform upgrades. As you know, we just installed a new firewall. That's important for security, right? And so ETN helps us with that. We have wireless in every classroom in our district. And then, of course, we're looking at student and staff, data safety, and security, which is why sometimes we have to do really hard things, like change our passwords. And so we are going through that process. We'll continue to go through that process, but we want to keep people safe. And so we'll continue to focus on security and safety in our district. Katie. That's you.
Hello, I'm Calmy Romero, former digital learning coach and former teacher, and currently I'm the Assistant Director of Digital Learning, and I manage the Digital Learning Coach Program for Santa Fe Public Schools. I'm really proud of our digital learning coaches. They're embedded in every school site and directly support our district's commitment to high-quality classroom instruction. The digital learning coaches, or DLCs as we call them, work side by side with teachers and co-plan and co-teach lessons. They provide practical, classroom-focused professional learning and help align technology use with instructional goals and high-quality instructional materials. Their focus is always on strengthening instruction first, with technology serving as a tool to enhance learning, but not to have tech be the goal itself. Our DLCs also help ensure that technology use is purposeful and manageable. They support teachers in making intentional choices about when and how technology is used. That includes selecting the right tools for their learning goals, reducing the use of unnecessary platforms, and minimizing classroom technology frustrations. DLCs also support district and school-wide initiatives, so expectations for technology use are consistent, aligned, and manageable across our classrooms and at school sites. Another critical role of the DLC program is building teacher capacity and confidence. DLCs provide non-evaluative coaching and ongoing support. They create a safe space for teachers to ask questions, try new strategies, and to grow their practice. They model best practices directly in real classrooms, helping teachers see what effective, balanced use of technology looks like with their own students. Technology can feel really overwhelming, especially as our tools evolve and expectations increase. Our DLCs help teachers gain confidence in the classroom, and they help make sure that the technology works smoothly. That way teachers can focus their time and energy where it belongs, on instruction. I'm going to turn it over to Katie to talk about her work with innovation in AI.
Alrighty, thank you, Calmy. Good evening. I am Katie, or Catherine Grunwald. I'm the innovation coordinator, and a core part of my role includes facilitating the district's approach to artificial intelligence, or AI in education. And we're currently in year 2 of our initial 2-year roadmap, AI roadmap. And this roadmap is organized into 3 focus areas, and I'll speak briefly to each. We intentionally start first with community engagement because we understand that in order to meaningfully address the expansive challenges, risk, and potential opportunities of AI in education, we have to do this work in community, including our students, teachers and staff, families, and community members. A couple of highlights. This past semester, we facilitated 2 focus groups. One was hosted at the Santa Fe Business Incubator, one was facilitated online, and I'm excited to work with a couple of other district departments in putting together some AI informational sessions coming up later this semester for our families and community members, as well as for our students. And that leads us into training and professional development. Our journey with AI really started in the spring and summer of 2024, and a key part of that beginning was the opportunity to provide a 2-day learning and training series for our district cabinet leadership on AI. And we're approaching almost a year now of our AI working group. This working group is an incredible group of teachers, of digital learning coaches from schools across the district, and I asked them at our December meeting what they would hope to be included in this presentation, and they wanted to emphasize the ongoing need and opportunity for expanding access to professional development for all teachers, not just on specific AI tools, but really providing the time and support for teachers to develop a critical awareness of artificial intelligence, how it works, what is it, and its potential impacts and implications on education. That leads us to strategy and planning. Our Santa Fe Public Schools AI guidance document, the cover here is pictured on the slide, has been published and shared with all district staff. It is also available on our AI and SFPS internal staff Google site. This website also includes other resources for teachers, resources to use with students, resources for ongoing professional learning. We're also in the process of creating a similar site for our students, and we're excited to now announce that at the end of this month, we will be publishing our publicly facing AI informational pages on our SFPS website, and I want to thank our Office of Communications for supporting us with that project. And to wrap up my section of the presentation, I just want to state that as we look, I know I said we're in year 2 of our initial 2-year roadmap, so we're taking this semester to look at starting to develop the next phase of our roadmap, and this process will be inclusive and collaborative, including all of our stakeholders and centering our students' learning and wellness, which is something I know Calmy will speak to next.
Thank you, Katie. Thank you for all the hard work you've done to inform and educate our community around generative AI. And just as we're committed to using AI safely in our classrooms, we're also committed to educating our students and staff about digital wellness. Talk a little bit about currently what we're doing. Our digital learning department and our digital learning coaches and our K-6 technology teachers are actively supporting digital wellness in classrooms every day. The first thing, this work really emphasizes quality over quantity of screen time. Our teams support teachers in designing learning experiences that promote active learning rather than passive clicking. They encourage balanced instructional practices that combine technology with discussion and hands-on learning and collaboration. Through coaching, modeling, and direct instruction, students are learning healthy digital habits and understanding that technology is a tool to support learning, not the focus of our learning. Second, our teams are building essential real-world and future-ready skills. Whenever possible, our digital learning coaches and K-6 tech teachers embed digital citizenship and online safety into their instruction. This includes teaching students how to communicate responsibly online, protect their privacy, and use emerging technologies such as AI, like Katie was speaking about, in safe and thoughtful ways. Students are also learning how to critically evaluate information so they can make informed decisions in digital spaces. And finally, this work supports engagement, equity, and access for all students. Our DLCs and technology teachers encourage creativity and collaboration through purposeful technology use and support meeting the needs of all learners with the use of accessibility tools, language supports, and allowing them to show multiple ways of their learning. By embedding digital wellness into instruction, we ensure students have equitable access to safe, engaging, and developmentally appropriate digital learning experiences. And while our digital learning department and our digital learning coaches and our K-6 tech teachers are doing this important work every day, we can't do this work alone. Supporting healthy, purposeful technology use requires shared ownership across the district and a strong partnership with our families and the community. I'm really excited about the board's new digital wellness resolution. It's critical because it will provide the shared vision and alignment needed to sustain this work beyond just individual classrooms or departments. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Weaver to share how this resolution will help ensure digital wellness is supported across the whole district. Thank you.
First and foremost, thank you to my team for coming and speaking with me tonight. I'm going to leave it on this slide just for a second because I really want to point out that first, active learning over passive clicking. So we're really talking, we're shifting the conversation from screen time to digital engagement and really figuring out how technology can be used as a tool in the classroom, again, to support that best practice teaching and learning. I'll echo what Ms. Romero said. Thank you to the board and especially President Noble for this resolution in front of us. Our next steps are really for technology and Deputy Superintendent Romero's team to really work together, work with the community, engage all of our stakeholders to look at this issue and to figure out how can we best move forward to ensure that our students are engaged with technology in a meaningful way. And that is everything.
Thank you very much, team. Appreciate it. Questions from the board? Yes, Board Member Blaya.
President Noble, Vice President Bose, Superintendent Griffin, thank you for that. I do have a quick question. I'm not sure to address it to, but Dr. Weaver, does the district have an in-house CISO, security officer?
We do have a, yes. The answer is about, I'd say it's been 3 years ago, we put somebody in a position where his primary role is to look at security for our network.
Okay, and then follow-up question. When you talk about AI and different tools like that, and you talked about the new firewall that you implemented, what type of guardrails are you putting around your AI so that it doesn't learn your network? Do you guys have those types of guardrails in place?
Yeah, I think the best way to answer that is that so we do have guardrails in place for the tools. What we're talking about tonight is really setting those guardrails up for our students and our teachers for those use. But to answer your question directly, we do absolutely have tools. And many of the tools that we're selecting are it's artificial intelligence tools that are created specifically for schools. Some of them are walled gardens, so they live within our system.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Dr. Gonzalez, and then we'll go to Vice President Bose.
President Noble, that's fun to say. Superintendent Griffin, I was able to go meet with the technology folks and to tell me about what you're doing with AI, and I was very impressed. I feel like we need to know about AI because AI is in our future, and the purpose of education is to train our kids for their future. And I'm really impressed with what you guys have done in the first 2 years.
Thank you.
Vice President Bose.
Thank you, President Noble. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for all the work that you've done. I know that, for example, having that AI usage guidelines for the classrooms are super helpful for our teachers and staff, as well as our students. I would just like to, as we continue to develop AI tools and implementing those things in the classroom, I would like to encourage us to also be teaching our students about the environmental impacts of AI usage so that yes, this is a tool, yes, it's not going anywhere, and we need to be conscientious about that, just like anything else that we're using that has an environmental impact. Thank you.
Anything else from the board? Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on. It is sort of nice. We don't usually have applause breaks in between agenda items. Next to our presentation on, I guess, the main event tonight, E.J. Martinez Elementary School options. Dr. Griffin.
Thank you very much, Board President Noble, Vice President Bosset, and board members. Before I begin, I want to take a moment to recognize the people who have carried this work for the past 6 months. This process has required endless hours, deep care for students, and extraordinary collaboration. I'm grateful for our leadership team, Principal Angelique Armijo Ortiz, Principal Erica Martinez Maesta, and Principal Georgia Baca. Their commitment to listening, problem solving, and keeping students at the center of this work has guided every step of the process. Who's clicking for me? Thank you. We have started by grounding ourselves in a shared goal. Over the past 6 months, our focus has been on one core question: how do we create healthy schools where students not only grow, but truly thrive? Healthy schools are places where students feel connected and want to come to school, where staff have the resources and stability to do their best work, and where families trust that systems are responsive to their child's needs. That goal has guided every conversation, every data review, and every option you'll see tonight. I also want to briefly explain why this conversation is happening now. The district's lottery transfer process opened on November 1st and closes on January 31st. This timeline matters because student enrollment is a key driver in planning for open seats, staffing levels, and program supports for the coming school year. Once the lottery closes, our flexibility becomes more limited. Staffing decisions and class configurations need to begin well before the end of the school year to ensure stability for students and educators. We are also entering budget season when the board will be setting priorities for the year ahead. Having clarity on enrollment and program direction helps ensure those budget decisions are aligned with student needs and district goals. I want to be very clear about the process that led us here. This was not a single idea developed in isolation. From August through December, district leadership has engaged stakeholders, including students, staff, families, and community members in 10 structured meetings, which included E.J. Martinez, Chaparral, and later Milagro. These meetings were designed to listen, to test assumptions, and to be transparent about constraints. In several cases, the feedback we received directly shaped or altered the options that we explored. I also want to acknowledge that these conversations were emotional. That is expected when we're talking about school identity, community, and children. Our responsibility has been to hold that emotion with care while clearly laying out the realities the district must navigate. As part of the work, we collected 256 survey responses during parent-teacher conferences from E.J. Martinez and Chaparral stakeholders. We asked families to respond to 3 primary pathways: rezoning, a school of innovation, and consolidation. What I am presenting tonight is not a decision, but a clear picture of what each option entails, including benefits, constraints, and anticipated consequences. The first option that we are looking at is rezoning. Rezoning received the highest number of responses from the Chaparral stakeholders. It is also the option that most directly spreads E.J. Martinez students across the system. There are currently 77 E.J. Martinez students that are zoned to the school, and a total of 148 students who are attending kindergarten through 6th grade. Rezoning would place current students zoned for E.J. Martinez into nearby schools such as Chaparral, Aspen, Atalaya, Wood Gormley, and El Dorado. While rezoning is an administrative possibility, it does have significant system-level considerations. This map, you can see the cluster of students where they're placed for the students that are zoned for E.J. Martinez. First, rezoning dissolves the E.J. Martinez school community entirely. Students, families, and staff are scattered rather than supported together. Second, EJ students would take seats at receiving schools that are already or near capacity. That has a ripple effect. It pushes out inter-zone transfer students, including families who have attended schools like Chaparral or Aspen for several years through established transfer patterns. In other words, rezoning doesn't just move EJ students, it displaces other students and families who are already part of those school communities. The second pathway explored was creating a school of innovation, which received strong support from E.J. Martinez families. A school of innovation begins with a program and a community, defining a school-wide focus, and then identifying whether there is a setting that can support that work. 3 sites were examined through that lens: Aspen, Chaparral, and Milagro. At Aspen, we looked at the second floor, and we looked at the available space, which was insufficient to house E.J. Martinez as a separate program, and the existing Kiva program would be displaced. At Chaparral, E.J. Martinez is currently housed in a wing that was never intended to be permanent. That space would require extensive renovation to meet basic educational needs, and it limits programmatic flexibility as a school of innovation. Milagro was also examined because it offered conditions that could support a school of innovation model. It is the newest facility closest to E.J. Martinez' original site and currently operating. I pulled the numbers today so we could have accurate information. They're operating at 39.8%, so let's just call it a 40% capacity. From programmatic standpoint, it allowed for the possibility of housing E.J. Martinez as a distinct school community, similar to other co-located models in the district, without dissolving identity or leadership. At the same time, feedback from Milagro staff raised important concerns about school identity and culture. Those concerns were shared with the school board at the previous meeting. Consolidation. The third option explored was consolidation with Chaparral, consistent with Board Policy 534, which I have included in your packet. While consolidation is a recognized process, families expressed concern that it would ultimately dissolve E.J. Martinez as a school community, even with efforts to preserve its legacy. For many stakeholders, sustainability and identity were central considerations. At the board's request, we also examined whether E.J. Martinez families could be prioritized through the lottery. The district's lottery transfer window opened November 1st and closes January 31st. Applications already submitted cannot be altered within the current lottery cycle. State law also requires that in-zone students be placed first at each school. Transfer priority is granted after siblings and Santa Fe Public School employees. Schools most frequently requested by families currently have limited to no available capacity in grades 1 through 6. Tonight's purpose is to provide you with clear, transparent understanding of the options, the data, and the constraints. My responsibility is to ensure that the board has the information needed to make decisions that center on students, support educators, and strengthen the community. I'm happy to answer any questions or provide additional analysis as you consider the next steps.
Thank you, Superintendent. I'm going to take a moment of privilege here, and then board, I'm going to turn it over to you for any questions, comments, all the things. I just want to say this has been going on obviously a lot longer than 6 months, as we all know. And I am, well, let me say this. Betty Graham, my 5th and 6th grade science teacher at E.J. Martinez, taught us the principles of observation in science. And she would take a simple object, like a pen, and she would say, observe this, and write down your observations. I wrote a book about this woman. She changed my life. She was so good. She was a legend. And actually, her son is still a teacher at Santa Fe High. But you would say it's silver, it's got some contour in its shape, it's got black on it, it's got a push top. You would say all the things you could about the object you were trying to observe and squeeze out everything you could. And then she would say, you're not done. Observe more. And I remember the first time it happened to me that I was sitting there and I was like, that's not possible. I have said everything there is to say about this pen. And then all of a sudden, my mind blew open and I saw other things. There's a little scratch on the edge here. There's an irregularity in the way that the writing part comes out. And honest to goodness, this has been the thing that has been guiding me about EJ since the moment I came on the school board in 2017, and there was an item on the agenda about closing EJ and Nava. And it was incredibly disorienting. Some people have heard this story before. What's changed in the years since 2017 is we've heard a lot about students tonight, about centering the students, about thinking about the students. And although I've developed a lot of sympathy for what happened that night to me in 2017, it killed me that we talked about capacity, that we talked about money, that we talked about even appropriate spaces. We never talked about kids learning and what they need and what teachers need. And again, tonight we've heard a lot about kids, about social emotional needs, about who they are, where they are. So I feel like at least we made some progress there. But I gotta say, the irony is not lost on me that it's Board Member Blaya's first night this many years later. I do also wanna say, in 2019, in November, I was just looking it up, Maureen Cashman, who had decided not to run for re-election, brought a resolution to direct the superintendent to close EJ, Nava, and Acequia Madre. And I was gutted over that idea then. And funnily enough, Lorraine Price did vote with her that night. We had a 3-2 vote. And Lorraine and Maureen voted to direct the superintendent to come up with a plan to close those 3 schools. And 3 of us voted the other way, which was for the reimagining resolution that I brought, because I could not stand that we were just going to do the thing of, I believe it was described as ripping the Band-Aid off. And I thought, we have got to look harder, like Betty Graham taught me. We have got to listen better. We have got to be more creative. We have got to be more innovative. There have got to be other solutions. Now, the reimagining process was substantially delayed because that was November 2019. You might remember what happened in March of 2020, but basically everything turned upside down and we went home and did online school for the better part of a year. And we then launched the reimagining effort. It was Superintendent Chavez at the time. Dr. Veronica Garcia led the process. We worked very hard on inquiry and strengths-based vision and centering students and all of these things. And one of the big pieces that came out of that was the need for greater considerations of middle school, because that's been a hole in our district, and middle school students have been leaving us. Sometimes they come back. It's kind of this weird transition time where It's felt like there wasn't a lot of consideration of the developmental stage of adolescence and what happens there. And we define middle school different ways, and we have 4 different models in this district, which also makes me crazy. We have K-8s, we have a 7 and 8 in Milagro, we have a 6, 7, and 8 in Ortiz, and we have a 7 through 12 in Mandela. So we've been talking about this a long time. I still don't have a good solution. I do want to turn it over to board members for questions and thoughts. And I guess I also want to say to the community, basically, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that this has gone on so long. I'm sorry for the part that I have played in the pain that this has caused over the years. I appreciate so much what you all are doing for the students you serve and how incredibly centered on them you are. And I feel like I could have done things better. I feel like a lot of us could have done things better in a lot of ways, but ultimately it's not changing where we are. And the other thing that happened was, we did prioritize, and we had to change superintendents. We've had a lot of stuff happen since December of 2024. And we were told it would cost, $14 to $16 million to rebuild EJ, and then the cost became $35 million, and there's a lot of questions about all the things and information that, we need. I don't know, but we still are where we are, and then we had to decide to put a bond on the ballot. And I want to be clear that the intention was never a bait and switch. It was never that we didn't intend to keep a promise. I know it feels that way. I really recognize that, and I am so sorry. It was a very much bigger cost than we had heard before, and again, we were looking at a bond. We got a lot of feedback from all over the community that it was not a palatable price, no matter what. So here we are. What I would say that came through to me tonight, even more in the emails than the comments we heard tonight, is the clear need for a decision and a path. And I hope we can get there. So, board members, we'll go Dr. Gonzalez first and then Board Member Blea.
Well, this may sound crazy, but I've talked with the principal, Ms. Armijo, and she told me that, I think it was 10 million, or you said 14 million, and she met with I don't know exactly who she met with, but they asked her, what would you want in this school if you could have everything you wanted? So she gave out everything that she wanted. And I'm just wondering if we could go back and look at the school and see if it's feasible to rebuild it at a price that's not 35 million, if it doesn't have all the things that she wanted. And I had talked to the superintendent about it. I'd talked to the superintendent about it. She said it's a possibility that we could look into that.
Board Member Blea. Sorry, or Dr. Gonzalez, did you have more?
No.
Okay. Board Member Blea.
Do I get new guy privilege? So first of all, President Noble and Vice President Bose and Superintendent Griffin, again, tonight has been honestly one of the coolest things I've ever gotten to do in my life. And the reason why is because over the last couple of weeks, I've gotten to have conversations with various people, various stakeholders. And I mean, I've learned a lot, probably more in terms of education in the last couple of weeks, and in terms of governance in the last couple of weeks than I did in grad school. Somebody did tell me, I don't want to mention any names of who I spoke with or what they said, but somebody did tell me that what they want is a light at the end of the tunnel, and once they know a light at the end of the tunnel, they'd be willing to kind of get through whatever it is to get to that light at the end of the tunnel. And I thought that was something that was really cool, and it really did stay with me. I also listened to Representative Lujan as she was speaking, and she did make it very clear that there was a promise made, and you spoke to it, President Noble, so thank you for that. But outside of promises and whatever else, I was here that night that presentation was delivered, and my gut didn't sit right. It didn't feel right to me that $32 million was the cost of something. That seemed a little bit kind of high, especially because the Legislative Education Committee still has it at around $10 million to retrofit E.J. Martinez's building. And I want to make sure that as we go forward tonight and discuss what we're going to do, that we comb out the community E.J. Martinez from the building, the facility, because those are two separate things in my mind. There's the community, and I also want to say something before I get back to E.J. Martinez. I wanted to be clear, and I wanted to ask, and I know that the public forum, and I'm sure if we can ask questions, but as we were talking about Chaparral, I want to make it clear that to me, we're talking about Chaparral, the building, and not the people in that community, because I just want to make it clear, because Chaparral has been very, as a community, has been very cooperative. The people have figured out ways to work together. I think some of the things that have been presented in the press have made it seem like there's contention going on between the people, and that's not it at all. It's about the building. And as I spoke earlier, Santa Fe in general has done a really, really bad job of infrastructure across the board. Guadalupe Street, for example, took a beating because it took so stinking long to do, but the infrastructure was so bad that they had to retrofit stuff, and every time they turned something else, they had to find something else that was crappy. So, I mean, yeah, I used to like to knock Mayor Weber as much as the next guy, but the reality is our infrastructure sucks, and we have to do stuff. I think the schools are in the same kind of situation where we have a lot of very aging facilities, and now that we have this cool shiny penny Milagro, we're saying, well, let's just stuff it full of stuff. To me, that feels like a Band-Aid and a piecemeal approach. Superintendent Griffin, I think that you have done a great job of doing your homework and of coming up with options. It's just that the options to me don't feel like we don't have a short-term solution that fits within a long-term solution, that fits within a strategic plan, that fits in with the budget, that ties to that strategic plan, it just doesn't feel right to me to make a decision when we just simply don't have, to Dr. Gonzalez's point, that gut feeling don't feel right. And something is rotten in Denmark to me, and I think looking back and saying, if we're gonna spend a whole bunch of money to build something, let's build something that's gonna make sense within a framework of a long-term solution, so that way E.J. Martinez can stay intact, because it was earmarked in the facilities master plan as a school of innovation, as was Chaparral was also prioritized within that same plan. And so I think we owe it to ourselves to honor our own documents and our own pathways forward, and say whatever was presented, just like anything else, let's take our combs and say, okay, what's the long-term solution, what's the short-term solution, and let's find these things that make sense and make them fit. Because I know that in my professional work, the work that gets me, fed, I can't go to the LFC and say, hey, we're going to do this. Oh, and by the way, it's 3 times what we told you a year ago. I would get, outside of getting fired from, but anyways, I would probably, I would be in a lot of trouble if I did that. So if I present an amount, I have to come back and say, here's what we've done with the amount that you gave me. So it's one of those things where, how can I give you more when you haven't done anything with the less? So that's what I think we owe the community, is to come back and say, hey, let's figure this out.
Board Member Beta.
Thank you. I agree with both the Board Member Blea and Board Member Gonzalez. There needs to be a bigger, more permanent solution, but we do need to do something about the existing situation that EJ, the parents, and the kids are having to deal with every day. So we can't lose sight of that. We do need to make a decision. And in regards to a decision, looking at the options that are presented to us this evening, under the School of Innovation option, and specifically as it relates to Milagro, we heard this evening from a speaker that if we choose this, perhaps we're going to then displace special needs students. So can you, Dr. Griffin, address that for us?
Yes, that was Jennifer Trujillo, our social worker. I have Milagro's first floor plan there, and the 200 wing, hearing Jennifer speak about the 200 room in the 200 wing, that room has been specifically designed for students with special needs. And it has a shower, a bathroom, a washer dryer, it has a stove. It's a beautiful room that has been set up specifically for high need students. And so with the possibility of E.J. Martinez becoming a school of innovation, that comes with sacrifices, and that 200 room would need to stay there in that wing because it was specifically designed for those students. I did speak with Dr. Maynard today about the current enrollment in that classroom, and we have the majority, our students are 8th graders, and so they will be moving on to the high school next year, and we have 4 7th graders that will still be enrolled at Milagro that will be able to stay in that classroom. With that, EJ would have to give up their preschool. Those seats, there's 4 students that are currently signed up for that preschool, and those seats would either be redistributed to other schools, or we would apply for the chaparral to be able to start a preschool.
Thank you. Thank you, President Noble.
Vice President Bose.
Thank you, President Noble. Board Member Abeta asked my question. That was also my question and concern, wanting to make sure that those special needs students were housed and that we weren't, moving anything unnecessarily in considering this option. I wasn't sworn in tonight, but I wrote a little speech because I do that sometimes. I've spent very little time thinking about anything else. Intensely in the last 6 months, very intensely in the last month, knowing that we did need to make a decision tonight. I appreciate that you talked about your science teacher because I try to think like a scientist when things get hard. And the other thing that I do when things get hard is to really get super, super clear on why we're here, why we're all here. And we've heard it over and over tonight, and we've talked about it over all of these meetings, and it is for the students in Santa Fe. We can't do that without the incredible teachers. Like, it's both things. And so I'm holding those things in, recognizing when President Noble talked about 2019, that was the time that I was campaigning for the first time, sitting in the audience, speaking out against closing small schools. And in my 6 years on the board, I've learned a lot. I have a lot more empathy for board members and the decisions that they made. I have a much greater understanding for budgets and facilities and all of those number things that we talk about. What hasn't changed, what I spent the last month getting really, really clear about, is that I don't think that we achieve equity by taking things away. And let's be pretty clear that rezoning and consolidation removes EJ as a community in our district, and that doesn't sit right with me. We've heard about the incredible environment that is, and it's not the emotional aspect of it, but also the educational aspect of it. We've seen the test scores. We know how high those students are achieving, and to uproot that, I don't know why we would do that. It just doesn't sit right with me. And I acknowledge that, I heard everything in December from Milagro. K-8 is not something that everyone is excited about right now. I feel like a school within a school is a good next step, and not as a temporary solution. I think that this community deserves, and we owe to them an answer, which again, in my mind, doesn't mean we have a commitment as a district to continuous improvement. If something isn't working, then we look at it and we tweak it and we adjust it. But I don't think saying, well, go hang out here for a year while we decide what we're going to do is fair to anyone in our community at this point. We've heard over and over, please give us an answer, please give us a final answer. We need to move forward. And I trust that will be done with care to the existing communities. And, you know, for those of you that have been here for the last 6 months, I really want to honor your experience. I appreciate you being here. It's been hard, it's been emotional, it's been frustrating. I hear you and I see you, and I've read all the emails, and I think you've come to understand that there is no perfect solution here. There's no solution that's going to make everyone happy. And the hard thing about where we sit is that that's not actually our job, is to make everyone happy. Our job is to do hard things and make hard decisions, to do them with care, to do them thoughtfully, to do them with the information that we have, and to do the best that we can for as many students and teachers as we can. And so in my mind, moving forward with having EJ be a school within Milagro is that next best step. Thank you.
Dr. Gonzalez, and then Board Member Blay, and then Board Member Abeyta.
Well, sort of my first choice would be to relook at how much it costs to redo EJ. But I agree with Sarah. I think if we can't do that, then we need to make a decision, because they need to know what's going on. Both sides need to know what's going on. And I agree that we could move EJ to Milagro.
Board Member Blaya.
President Noble, Board Member Abeyta had his hand up first.
Okay, Board Member Abeyta.
My concern with moving EJ permanently, making that decision permanent, is, first of all, let me go back. I agree with moving them temporarily to Milagro, because I think we need to look at what impact that's going to have on Nava, on Kearney, on those midtown schools. So what do? We rezone, and then all of a sudden Nava starts losing kids because they go to Milagro instead. So I just think a permanent, temporarily, yes, I'm in favor of we need to move them out of Chaparral and the environment they're in, and Milagro seems like the temporary solution right now. But again, getting back to what Board Member Blaya said, is by doing it temporary, then we can take a look at the entire Midtown area and that district, our population, what's going on with it, because it continues to decline, and moving a school from one location to another isn't going to result in more students enrolling in our district. So again, I support it temporary, but given that though too, we have to immediately get on to talking about the schools in general in the Midtown and the entire district, and what's happening, not just from an enrollment basis, but also budgetary too. And if we want to look at small schools, that should be an option on the table. Maybe we do rebuild EJ if we can support it financially. Maybe we rebuild, but we need to look at it holistically and from all angles. So I think we do need to do something immediately. I do support the Milagro, but before we make something permanent, we've got to look at the big picture and come up with a plan that works for all of our schools. Thank you.
Board Member Blaya.
Thank you, President Noble. So one of the things that to the point of declining enrollment and declining population within the Midtown area, one of the things that's kind of concerned me that again, I can't stop who I am. So I know that the city is really talking, there's been a lot of stuff in the New Mexican these last couple of weeks about the Midtown campus and what they want to do with the Midtown campus. And one of the things that they want to do is they want to have housing. They want to have housing and they want to try to attract younger families, young professional families, and hopefully those young professional families will have kids. So as we try to revitalize the Midtown district, that's an opportunity for population growth in a healthy way. So as we kind of talk about these things, I also am in favor of maintaining E.G. Martinez as an identity and as a school. I'm also in favor of making sure Chaparral has the resources that they need because, I mean, their building needs some remediation as well. It's not just a question of, you know, E.J. Martinez has to, I mean, my opinion is that they have to stay intact. Chaparral needs to get what, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that needs to happen. So, and Milagro has a growth plan, and Principal Baca did meet with me the other day very graciously, and I did get to tour it. And one of my big concerns about moving an elementary school over to that particular parcel is that Consuelo's place is right across the Arroyo. And from a physical safety perspective, now I know that the city has touted it as the next best thing in housing, but they're cherry picking. There's also a lot of really hard stuff going on at Consuelo's place. I know because I was there. And I'm very concerned about having littles not adequately protected from what could be in the Arroyo. I found a bag of meth there, and I stupidly took it to the city hall in my car, which I probably shouldn't have done. My wife made it very clear that was a stupid thing to have done, but I did it to prove a point. It was a really bad idea, but I did it. And so physical safety would also have to be addressed, which then involved the city because they own the property across that little arroyo, that little ditch. And so when we start talking about littles in that particular place, you know, what I would like to see is perhaps maybe, you know, at St. Mike's, you know, everybody says St. Mike's is a school of privilege. We have to do most of our classes in portables a lot of the times because we just didn't, I mean, come on, it's St. Mike's, right? You should have, but no, we had portables. So there has to be a way that we could keep E.G. Martinez temporarily housed, maybe within the greater Cap Shop place. I don't know, maybe in portables, maybe in something. Not Cap Shop, Chaparral. Sorry. And then I still think about the old days. But yeah, so keep E.J. Martinez intact. Look at remediation at Capshaw. Look at the options for the E.J. Martinez facility because it's also my understanding that's one of the few facilities within the district that's wired for fiber, which is super important, especially as we talk about digital learning and those kinds of things. Having a facility that's wired for fiber is also, I hate wasted IT projects. So that's like a personal kind of thing about mine. I just don't like them. So in spite of that, that's kind of where I'm looking at things. So thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Dr. Griffin, what is the possibility of, this is the second time I've heard about portables potentially at Chaparral as another temporary solution, and then we look at either rebuilding EJ, or maybe even we build a brand new elementary school for the Midtown that takes care of Nava, EJ, and Chaparral. And then we leave Milagro intact.
Mr. Boswick, could you answer the portable question as far as, I know that we haven't really fleshed out that idea.
And if I may say, we can change our policy, just because I know we have some policy stuff around portables.
There it is. Gene Bostwick, Director of Construction for the district. Thank you, board member, superintendent. We really haven't considered the idea of portables on that site. I know portables have become very expensive compared to what we were paying just a few years ago. Last portable we bought was like $200,000 for a single portable. So the prices have gone kind of sky high, like everything in construction, I guess. The big question there would be trying to figure out not only a footprint, but all of the infrastructure that you have to put in place to make a portable work, you know, the whole IT side of it, all these things, it would be pretty major undertaking to try to adapt it to that side. Not impossible, but it would not be a walk in the park by any means.
So if I may, that night in 2017, when I started on the board, it was March, because we had different election cycles then. The proposal was a big Midtown elementary school on the Chaparral site for EJ, Nava, and Chaparral. So, and just to say, Christy Yonda Wagner, who ran our facilities department for a very long time, was good at this stuff and often had, you know, the physical and space things pretty right. A couple of other things I want to say, and I do appreciate the invitation. I'm sorry, I missed the one in the fall. I don't know what happened, but I very much enjoyed the tour today, and it's striking what that facility is like. I do appreciate that we want to honor some things, you know, and just facts. We voted, was it the last meeting? But very recently, for a bunch of money to retrofit the Chaparral site. I also want to say what I saw today is, you know, sort of what Board Member Blea points to and what has been the working theory behind reimagining the whole time, all those years that we did it and thought about it, which is that a school is a community, not a building. And I feel like that's what I saw at EJ today more than anything, was that it is a community, despite the challenging physical circumstances, and a robust and beautiful community, and we saw that tonight, and I appreciate that. And I also appreciate what Board Member Blea said, I feel like we need a bridge and a permanent solution that fits inside a larger strategy, and ultimately, you know, spitballing tonight scares me, and it scares me a lot to think about shoving, maybe that's the wrong word, but putting a school within a school at Milagro, because again, what came out of the years of work of reimagining, I didn't honestly expect it, but was this focus on middle schools. And we have seen a lot of great stuff happen. Somebody quoted whatever I said last time about not upsetting an apple cart at Milagro. We've seen a waiting list there. We've seen great work by the principal and staff. We've seen a pride in our middle school that has not been there since I've been on the board. It's pretty new and it's pretty beautiful. And I don't love any of this because, as we've heard a bunch tonight, you know, whether it's the special needs students in that Milagro room, whether it's the EJ students, whether it's the Milagro students, none of our students are more important than any others. We need to think about all of them. They all absolutely matter. And Principal Armijo, you said some things beautifully about this today. I meant to think about your quotes, but anyway. So, you know, I really am looking to my fellow board members that we need to chart a path here. And we need to do our due diligence, and we need to, you know, I feel frankly caught off guard by the whole, let's put EJ into Milagro. I get it, we've got a nice building, it feels new and clean and beautiful. But again, and that school community has taken so much. The EJ Capshaw thing, I mean, honestly, when they were both in the Capshaw site, that was horrific conditions. And that was while Milagro was being built, and there, you know, a lot of people who were angry about that. And Aspen, which is a school I represent, has taken a long time to heal from that consolidation. We've heard a lot about that tonight, and Santa Fe has never wanted to close schools, and we have made progress in thinking about schools as communities rather than buildings. Thinking about the long-term thing, I do kind of like the idea, honestly, of a big campus custom built for different schools. Or maybe, you know, we can price it out and maybe we can figure out how EJ could be rebuilt at a price that is palatable. I am concerned, also want to say, I am concerned about that, given the decisions we've made in the past. So we're at a pretty complicated place. It is very easy, if there's one thing I've learned, it is very easy to be reactive in any given moment. And honestly, somebody said, I think I wrote it down, because I do like some of the quotes, we can't keep repeating our past mistakes and we need to work together to find solutions. So, you know, again, I think we do need a bridge solution. We need to get better conditions for the EJ community. We need a long-term plan, or at least a time period that is pretty quick to get one, because again, us sort of spitballing with incomplete ideas about costs and that sort of thing, it makes me pretty uncomfortable. And you know, I guess most of all, I want to say, you know, I always end up in these moments in incredible gratitude for the work everyone does for the students and for stewarding the social emotional wellness of our kids, because I know it's hard. And whatever decisions we make, I do hope that the teachers and professionals can get on board. But our history in this community is a lot of trauma around school consolidation at Aspen, at Milagro, and I think that, you know, I just don't think we've adequately vetted putting EJ into Milagro permanently or even temporarily. And I know, you know, we might be able to vet it before the next school year starts, but, you know, the point of construction costs, the timeline construction takes, procurement in the public education system, all of these things make it hard to do fast, good stuff. But I think we've got to chart a path. And again, I don't know if somebody wants to make a proposal as we close in. Oh, the other thing I wanted to say, housing in Midtown. That's what we said in 2017. And I get it. It may be closer now because we've come this far. But in 2017, truly, part of the reason, I've forgotten this until you brought it up, part of the reason we pushed even on that decision was because the city was promising to develop Midtown and bring housing back and et cetera, So it is, and it just hasn't happened. I get it, that we may be closer, there's a redevelopment agency, there's RFPs, et cetera, but truly, I've been waiting a long time for that housing to appear and for our schools and the enrollment in our Midtown schools and all of that to be solved. I mean, and honestly, we have done a striking little amount in solving the housing crisis. So I'm also wary about leaning on that. Board Member Playa.
Thank you, President Noble. The Innovation Hub is opening on the Midtown campus, and it's going to be bringing a certain level of jobs to the area. I was in the quantum computing tech group today. Nora Sackett was in there. She was presenting the plans with the state and what the legislative priorities are around quantum computing, and the Innovation Hub is within those priorities, from my understanding. And so that's a step towards some better economic development within that particular location, within the Midtown kind of area. And while I understand what you're saying, the city has kind of sat on their hands for a long time about this, and I get it, but I think it's up to us to work with, to put pressure on the city to say, hey, get off your hands and let's do something. Because our students are the ones that are bearing the brunt of this, and that's just simply not fair. And so what I would like to see, because really we're spitballing, yes, but there's still no timelines or costs associated with anything tonight either. So we'd be making a decision without timelines or costs anyway. And so what I kind of would say, and I know that perhaps Principal Maestas and Principal Armijo may not like this proposal, but again, what I'm thinking is I know it's tough over there. Maybe we could put some work in over the summer to get it remediated a little bit more, but keep it as it is until the long-term solution is completely vetted and planned with timelines. That's just what I'm thinking.
Vice President Bose and then Board Member Abeyta.
Thank you, Board President Noble. So I'm thinking about clarifying some of the things that I said, and I can't say strongly enough how inappropriate it feels to keep EJ in that building again for another year. I just that feels like a really strong not an option for me. And portables don't feel like that much better of a solution. It's also very costly, and again, where would they live? And I think maybe when I said this needs to be a permanent solution, what I think that I'm reaching for is that it feels unfair to the current students at that school to have a conversation again in a year about moving somewhere else. And so perhaps, though, if I'm brainstorming and spitballing, we can have a more clear roadmap, which I think was honestly our intention when we came up with Board Policy 534, which is to say, in a year, here's what's changed or not changed, and we're going to stop letting students in because this other thing is happening, or we've looked at construction costs and we're going to move in this other direction instead. But it doesn't feel right to keep moving these people around in different settings. And I get it is, none of it is ideal. None of it is ideal, but I do think that they deserve better conditions than they've been in and better conditions than portables. And so where does that leave us? And that's sort of, I think, the difficult situation that we find ourselves in. Thank you.
Board Member Abeyta.
Superintendent Griffin, given what you've heard this evening, certainly you as our superintendent have to have something in mind for how we move forward. Do you have any thoughts or anything you'd like to share or suggest, a way forward?
Well, I would like to clarify. I know that the term spitballing has been used, and I don't, the past 8 months, I really don't feel like that's what I brought to you today was any type of spitballing. We do have estimated costs for retrofitting. Unfortunately, they were done when we were discussing Milagro becoming a K-8. After the last board meeting, board members made it very clear that that was not an option that they wanted to consider. And so keeping both identities separate and having a school within a school and really focusing on E.J. Martinez as a school of innovation. But I do, if you want numbers of what it would cost to retrofit, again, this includes preschool, it includes a preschool playground, which we would not be doing. We can share that with the board if you want costs. And to answer your question, I will, but I first would like to know if you want this information. Okay. Mr. Boswick, are you able to share some of the numbers that we were looking at? Thank you.
Watch out, I brought a clipboard. As the superintendent said, we were looking at this a lot of different ways, and so some of this, based on what we're hearing, isn't absolutely going to apply, but the basics would involve some demolition, mostly on the outside, in order to create spaces for playgrounds. If we're talking about a kindergarten and then a 1 through 3 and a 4 through 6 playground, that would sort of be the minimum possibility then would be of whether or not there would be a pre-K, which would be an additional playground space. There's a ton of fencing. We were looking at the issues of security on that site and realizing we would have to really up our game a lot on that site to make sure that it was more secure. A lot of walls, a lot of concrete, a lot of working on the site around the building in order to make all this come together. And then, of course, there's access controls and all those things. There's an interior remodel component to it. in order to convert some of those spaces into kindergarten spaces where you require bathrooms and things like that, so there's some conversion there. It's not really as a major an interior conversion as there is so much on the outside. If I go through some real quick numbers here, we were looking at about $93,000 in demolition, playground equipment installed about 538, fencing about 535, block walls, concrete, et cetera, another 447. Playground surfaces, which is really a pretty big deal these days. Playground surfaces have become such a critical part of making playgrounds safe. We're looking at about 687,000 there. Exterior lighting and cameras, access controls, a lot of that safety stuff, another 105. Interior remodeling really only came to about 368, or about 15% of this total, around 2.5 million. That does include a playground for pre-K, so you would take about a quarter of all those out. You might actually back out somewhere in the neighborhood of $200,000 to $300,000 for that playground. So you're right around $2 million without that playground. I also looked at, because I was asked to look at timing on this in order to be able to accomplish this for the next school year. The real critical components are ordering equipment. The biggest number one there is playground equipment. It's a long lead item these days. A lot of that stuff is in short supply and taking longer to get. We would need to be placing orders probably by the middle of next month, no later than the end of next month. Everything else would follow from there. You know, deadlines of ordering things in March and April and being able to work construction starting around the 1st of April on the exterior work, so that we would be prepared to then go inside and do the interior remodels over the summer. It can be accomplished, but we're kind of on the cusp there, being able to start that process.
I would love a reminder of what amount we allocated to the Chaparral site recently for improvements there, if anybody has that. And is there a summer program at Milagro? Anyone? Okay. But again, sort of what we allocated at our last meeting, which, you know, we all took a vote for, would be helpful for me. And if, Mr. Bostwick, if there's any timeline on that, what we did at the last meeting, and what those improvements would involve, again, price and timeline there, if we have it. On the vote we already took.
Board President Noble, Superintendent, board members. At the last board meeting, we voted to reallocate for a new playfield, an HVAC system, phase 1, kitchen improvements. Well, I think you're too late, is what happened. And new furniture. So those are the 4 items, and I think came to a little bit over $2 million. We had a presentation, I could tell you the exact amount, but it's a little bit over $2 million.
My memory, and was there a plan to do anything this year, or was it summer work?
Most of this, Board President Noble and board members, superintendent, most of it could be accomplished this by the end of the summer. The only thing that probably would be the kitchen renovations with that.
And were there any windows in that? No, there weren't windows at the time. Okay. Do we need to? I mean, as long as there's not a real fire, but, okay.
Thank you.
Got it. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Romero.
President Noble, I just wanted to note again that the vast majority of that, those funds were from the 2021 bonds. Yeah. Okay.
President Noble.
Yes, go ahead.
For some reason, I thought, didn't we set aside more money for Chaparral? Like, wasn't there like,
So in
I
the-
was hearing like $10 million or $9
In
million.
the 2025 bond, sorry, yeah, 2025, I'm very confused on my years. In the 2025 bond, the one that voters approved in November, what we did, rather than that 35 million, which, you know, all the things, was prioritize EJ and Chaparral, I believe, with $14 million in that bond as, and we put it in a sort of schools of innovation bucket, but the idea was that that money would support those schools. And my recollection was it was roughly the amount that we had initially approved for a rebuild of a smaller EJ, that was what the board approved, was keeping consistent actually with that previous decision directing the CRC to prioritize that amount of money for EJ. We allocated it as schools of innovation to Chaparral and EJ in our listing of the 2025 bond. And anybody can correct me if I'm wrong there, but I'm pretty sure I'm at least very close.
Is it possible to go back to the idea of, or talk about rebuilding EJ and Chaparral together where they're at and improving it for both schools and doing the school in a school at that site instead of at Milagro? I mean, maybe as a bridge, or it eventually becomes the large school in the midtown, depending on what happens with population. But again, though, I think no matter what we decide, we need to change the existing situation. That's this next school year in August. Those kids should. They need to know where they're going, but two, if it's there should be improvements focused there this summer, and not at Milagro.
Board Member Blaya.
Thank you, President Noble. I agree with Board Member Abeta that I think that as a bridge, we remediate to keep them together. But I also want to say, I think we are in agreement that we want to keep EJ intact, correct? Yeah, so that's the first good, is that we're going to keep EJ intact. The second thing is now it's a matter of physical place. I would kind of go with what Board Member Abeta said.
Thanks for that. I'm sort of in agreement. I also think that looking into the portable question, I understand that they've gone up a bunch in price. They've also gotten a lot nicer than the one I was in EJ as a kid. That was a really terrible building. And man, was it cold and hot or something. But, you know, I do think that looking at, and I get, and Jean knows this stuff really well, it would be really complicated, but I think in prioritizing, you know, if we're to go that route in prioritizing improvements at that site for the conditions for EJ, that we would need to look at options, including portables, which, you know, it's like manufactured housing. It's come a long, long way. And you know, I guess the other thing, when we talk about capacity, and I don't know if this is true or if Mr. Romero or Mr. Bostwick could even answer this, but one of the things that I've seen, and again, I'm real wary about capacity numbers. We've seen this a bunch at Mandela, because when you get into middle and high school, unless teachers share classrooms and they have specials, there's a lot of, and there's been a lot of resistance to that. As at the older grades, we get lower capacity occupancy, even though the spaces are fully used by the way we measure it. Am I reasonably correct on that? Because of the way when you're changing classes, things work. Utilization versus capacity. Yes, utilization. Thank you, Vice President Bose. Anyway, it's, you know, again, I think I agree with Board Member Abeta that I mean, we absolutely need to improve conditions. I think that's clear. I appreciate Board Member Blea pointing out it doesn't seem that anybody here has the appetite for consolidation or closure. We do want to keep EJ together as a community. That's been a very clear request, and I appreciate that. And, you know, when we're talking about where, I do think that my preference is, you know, again, Milagro's been through a lot. We spent years working, kicked up a need to focus on middle schools. And even that plan back in 2017 of the Chaparral site is fairly large in terms of acreage, I think, bigger than the EJ site or the Nava site, and that was the proposal there. And so how we can find that bridge and then a good permanent solution, whether it be on the EJ site or the Chaparral site, is feeling better to me.
President Noble.
Go ahead.
I'll make a motion that we put all of our focus, our energy, our resources towards improving the situation immediately with both Chaparral and EJ, with all of the money that we've allocated to both schools. So if the superintendent, the administration could come up with a plan for doing something temporary that improves the situation, if you can engage both principals, both communities, with keeping, and then with that being the temporary solution, and immediately we start working on the Midtown area, the elementary schools in the Midtown. As part of that exercise, we look at reopening EJ potentially, what that would cost, why we would, the pros and cons to that. We look at the pros and cons of having a Midtown elementary, one that serves all 3 or 4 elementaries, the pros and cons to that. And we could even put on the table the Milagro K-8 idea, or maybe it's a 6 through 8 idea. But that would be my motion. And again, the intent is we need to improve the situation like immediately. And we've allocated money for it. I think we can figure it out when it comes to a price. That'd be my motion.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
To clarify before I second, President Noble and Vice President Bose, are we saying that we're going to improve the Chaparral site? I keep wanting to say CAPSHA. The Chaparral site to preserve the identity of both schools and also for Chaparral's identity as well, as the bridge. Then we will look at, as Secretary Gonzalez was saying, look at the actual numbers to get the EJ building, the actual building, habitable, as well as look at other options for Midtown Elementaries as like a one comprehensive solution. Is that the call out?
Yes.
Then I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Further discussion.
President Noble, I just think it's relevant to this motion to note that if we take the $10 to $14 million that was allocated in the bond to for EJ and Chaparral to be schools of innovation, if we use that to improve the existing Chaparral site as much as possible over the summer before the start of next school year, that money doesn't exist then to rebuild EJ or go towards a larger Midtown school. So I think it's important to state that clearly. We would have to take money from something else down the line. Or this is the next bond project. You know, maybe it is 5 years away, but I just think we need to be realistic around the time frame. If we're taking that money to work on Chaparral, that's the money that we've talked about using.
Also, if I'm not mistaken, that money actually doesn't exist this summer. I mean, in terms of how we sell bonds, it takes a minute, but, you know, I think it's more, you know, looking at other sources in the immediate term. And, you know, you may know better than I do about the reallocation of the 2021 bond. I know we're getting close on that, but we don't tend to have bond money flowing when we vote on it in November by May or June of the next year. And I wish we moved faster than we did, but, you know, somebody else can tell me about the logistics of bond sales, but it takes a minute. So I'm not sure that $14 million would be on the table this summer, no matter what, to clarify. Mr. Romero, Mr. Bostwick, I'd love to ask if, I hope it doesn't feel too loaded, but if there's anything else you want to say about what you know as the experts in the room on our facilities, on our sites, that we should think about right now as we consider a motion and before we take a vote on that.
A few things that come to mind if we're talking about trying to make some major changes over this summer. The building, I'll just give you some ideas of what the building's piping is shot. I mean, it's shot from top to bottom. The HVAC system, we were looking at a total replacement as well. We really didn't have funds to do the whole building at this point, so we were going to have to pick a half. In order to fix, one of the major problems in the building is just lack of daylight, no, you know, class luminous. I can't conceive of a way to do that without basically closing virtually the entire wing of the building so that we could get in there and cut it apart and put it back together in a way to do that. So maybe this works if the portable solution as a temporary solution is possible, but I have to tell you, I will make the call tomorrow to find out if getting portables in time is still on the table. Last portables, again, like I said, the price had gone up, but not only the price, the lead time on portables. Right now, the closest vendor I can even get them from is Texas, and they were 8 to 9 months. So I'm a little scared about that. So we would be able to accomplish some things there, but I don't want you to think that we could get very far by this summer.
President Noble.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Bostwick, go ahead.
I think we could do better. I'm not saying leave EJ where they're at. And is Chaparral at capacity if EJ wasn't there? Certainly there's parts of the building Chaparral could share or give up or reconfigure so that, or maybe I'm wrong, maybe they are at capacity. I don't know. I mean, because we're asking Milagro to do it, and maybe that's the better solution, but, and we have an existing situation there with 2 schools, with Chaparral and EJ. I'm just trying to make it more equitable for EJ, because they're, again, if we want to keep their identity, how do we do that? So what, I mean, is Chaparral at capacity?
I would say yes, they are, as far as the space that they're using. They have multiple providers using shared spaces. They've given up some spaces like a teacher lounge and those kind of things in order to be able to accommodate EJ Martinez. And EJ Martinez has also given up some shared spaces that for providers as well in order to coexist in the building.
I just want to point out that on the sheet in front of us, it does say 37% capacity. So again, if we're paying attention to capacity numbers, I just, you know, and we heard 39%, I think, on Milagro earlier.
Yes, and you've got that on there. And so EJ, you'd have to add EJ Martinez and Chaparral together in order to get the capacity of the building, and then divide it by 454. We left EJ Martinez off of the sheet because they're not currently in the building that they used to exist in.
So if EJ wasn't there, it wouldn't be at capacity.
Correct. They would be at 37% capacity.
They'd be at 37% capacity if they're not there. So how could there not be room then to make it work for both schools.
In the short term.
Well, in the short term, yeah, the way we did it, no, that's not right the way we did it. I agree, but what I'm saying is, isn't there room for compromise between Chaparral and EJ?
Sure.
I mean, we're asking if between EJ and Milagro. Or maybe it's just an option and we come back and, you need more time to look at that. Maybe that the motion gets changed to look at two options, EJ and Milagro, and another option is EJ and Chaparral. And from a cost perspective, from a student population perspective, impact of middle school, because that's the other thing I think we need to look at, is the impact, and we heard about elementary school next to with middle schoolers, as opposed to elementary school and elementary school. So maybe what we do is we come back with an option of either two schools at the existing Chaparral site, or two schools at the Milagro and at the Milagro site, and the pros and cons of each, and which makes more sense, because it doesn't sound like either solution is ideal. But if we want to keep the school identity and separate, we've got to pick one, it sounds like. Thank you.
Dr. Gonzalez.
President Noble, I'd like to add a third one, and that's to reevaluate the cost of rebuilding EJ.
Yes. Can we amend that? Can we amend the motion?
Okay, so President Noble, can I amend the motion to bring back three options? One, rebuild EJ, the pros and cons of that, the cost, and the reality, the time frame, all of that, and so that's one. The other option is to have the school within the school at the Chaparral site, and the third option would be the school within the school at the Milagro site. And we explore the three options and see which one makes the most sense, and we do that quickly. We make a decision maybe at the next board meeting, but we have the information on all three options.
Board Member Blea, and you'll need to say whether that's a friendly amendment to you as the second.
Yes, I agree with the friendly amendment, but I do want to say that we do owe a decision tonight. The decision is that we're keeping EJ open, correct? That's the decision. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, we have an amended motion and an agreed second with three options, hoping it would involve money, timeline, that sort of thing, Sorry, it's a lot of work, I know. Any other discussion on the motion and the second? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and ask that we do a roll call vote, just to be clear. As long as you're comfortable, it's your first night. I'm going to start with you and come back this way. Board Member Blea.
President Noble, I vote yes.
Thank you. Board Member Obeta.
Yes.
Board Member Secretary Gonzalez. Yes. Vice President Bozay.
No, and I would like to explain my vote.
Okay, I vote yes, so the motion carries. Go ahead, Vice President Bozay.
Thank you. I, in the past, have voted yes in difficult situations with the idea of studying something and evaluating things in the future, and came to regret that vote, and so that is why I voted no tonight. Thank you.
Okay, it's quite a task. Thank you, gentlemen, in advance for your work. Superintendent as well, and everybody else who will be involved. I think this will take some doing, and we'd like to consider these options, none of which are perfect or will be perfect, as soon as is humanly possible, ideally at the next board meeting. And we can think about, Vice President Bozay, I believe we have scheduled joint session with the CRC next week, so maybe we can put our heads together on how that needs to look and work, and what options and numbers. And I think we have a lot of previous information that we might even want to revisit. So thank you all. Thank you all for the long haul and the great heart and the focus on the students. It is inspiring, and again, I hope we can get somewhere good for your community and the incredible resilience that you've shown. Yep, we can also potentially look at, we've extended deadlines before. Frankly, I have a question about, what did I mark even? I'm not going to break protocol too much, but applications already submitted cannot be altered within the current lottery cycle. I get it, but sometimes, we can actually figure out how to do things. I'm with President Abeta on that, so I appreciate that, and we will keep the timeline. I'm happy for you to come make some comments at the podium if you would, but given that I think people are watching online again, and just a matter of privilege, this is not something we are going to be doing regularly, taking audience commentary, but we do have the principal of EJ here, so I'm happy.
And I appreciate you taking my comments, and I appreciate you taking the time that all of you spent at our site, and I also want to say that it's been hard for both sites. And so I think that it's incredibly important to honor both sites and the work that each one of us has put into continuing to forge forward with staff, with our parents, and with our students. And I can appreciate and thank you for keeping us together in the integrity of our school, because as you heard tonight, it's so important that kids stay together, because we are, and I also believe this at Chaparral too, are putting kids at the forefront of everything that we do every single day. However, I think by not making just a decision on a facility that's safe for students, we're also going to be running into some other issues, like timelines, for parents to be able to make the choices that they need to make for their children, for inner zones. I also think that we are going to run into facility, just infrastructure of the ability to make windows in those classrooms, because that facility was not originally designed that way. Also, I do not think that we are giving myself a fair chance at being able to continue to hire quality teachers with no appropriate facility. And so I ask you to think about those things that and we talked a little bit, you guys talked about capacity. I think there's also something to be said about the day in and day out capacity that schools use can often look very different than what a number of capacity for enrollment is. And I think that's something to separate a little bit, because I know Erica and I both are incredibly flexible with all of our spaces, and we're making it work, but it's not comfortable for students and for teachers. And teachers also deserve a good space to learn and teach in as well. And so I thank you tonight for all of your consideration, but I also urge you to start thinking about some of those other pieces that we can't get around. And what are the long-term solutions for our community and our students? And I also ask you to start bringing more people to the table that can discuss some of these things that are in schools day in and day out. Because it's us that deal with children, deal with students, deal with families. And so when we're making decisions about where money is going and reallocated, I think that principals and teachers need to be part of that conversation. And it needs to be fluid, and it needs to continue to happen over and over again. And if we don't start doing that, we're only failing our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Principal Armijo. Okay, we're going to move on the agenda to our action items, starting with our consent agenda. Is there anything on the consent agenda that anyone wants to consider and vote on separately. Otherwise, is there a motion?
I move that we accept the consent agenda.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. Is there a second?
Second.
President Noble, I just had a couple quick questions on the contracts.
Okay, go ahead, Vice President Bozay.
Just for clarification, the Zia School and Busy Bugs Daycare, can somebody speak to those, as I'm unfamiliar with those being our facilities?
Zia's inside Gonzalez.
President Noble, members of the board, superintendents. With the ZIA program, this was, it's a playground improvements so that the younger ZIA students can have their own playground. With the Busy Bugs, that was a capital outlay project. And so we are managing the new playground installation, the installation of new playground equipment at that site.
Okay, I'm still unclear about where the site is. President Noble said the ZIA program is a program within Gonzalez, so
Yep.
she clarified that for me, but I'm unclear what Busy Bugs Daycare is.
That is at the Santa Fe High School campus.
Okay. For students, children?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries, or any opposed or otherwise? Okay, the motion carries. Action item B, it is for the school year Board of Education Community Committee appointment to the Audit Committee. I asked for this to be on, so I will go ahead and make a motion that Lynn Heffron be appointed to the Audit Committee as my representative for District 3.
A second.
Thank you, Board Member Blea. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or otherwise? Thank you very much. Maybe you can help me reach out to Board Member Heffron and make sure we get her personal stuff on the. Former Board Member Heffron.
I think she just had a birthday yesterday, President, so.
And honestly, she's been a great member of the Audit Committee, so thank you all. I'm very pleased to have her coming back. Okay, board discussion and possible action. I think you all have this. There's an old resolution. There's something that I typed up. I am happy if we want to wait on this for another board meeting, but long story short, I think we need to be proactive in protecting immigrants, mixed status families in our community. I have spent a bunch of time over the past week having seen what is happening in Minneapolis in the Twin Cities, and I just feel incredibly strongly that we need to be proactive about ensuring that schools are safe spaces for all children, regardless of their status, the status of their families. Board Member Bozay, I believe, led the way about a year ago, literally a year ago tomorrow. The date on the reaffirmation of the resolution is January 16th, which has been attached. It's a bunch. I'm not sure that we've followed up on many of the items, some of that due to leadership transition and other things, but ultimately, what I wrote out here, which is to basically direct the superintendent to do the four things: update the board on the progress of the resolution from a year ago, and make every reasonable effort to take the actions that were outlined a year ago. And then this is an idea that came from some of the folks in the community that work with immigrants. But basically, we need human infrastructure at school sites. So the idea would be to designate an immigrant liaison at each school site to provide them a stipend and to have them be where the families are, be engaging with the families, and actually relevant to what Principal Armijo just said, create a sort of real-time feedback loop of what do you need to know? Let me get some information. Having discrete meetings, perhaps, because advertising big meetings is not a thing we want to do necessarily. But ultimately, you know, and then have those folks being, again, the human infrastructure, but a community of practice that would work together a little bit to make sure that people know things. So I did say come together for discussions and problem solving at least twice a year. One of the key things that came up, again, in the conversations I've had, spent a lot of hours on this, is that we need staff training on protocols for lockdowns if there's ICE or other federal agency activity in the area. And you know, I think we need to re-up on, and maybe I think this might be in the resolution, but on our understanding of what exactly happens if somebody, particularly if somebody shows up to a school and presents an administrative warrant. I believe the protocols are fairly simple, which is that you call the superintendent and general counsel. You know, but again, I want to make sure that everybody in front offices in our schools knows what to do. And I don't want us to have to react after the fact. I want us to be thinking about this ahead of time. And then, of course, working with our community partners. We have a lot of expertise. And I listed the ones that I could think of and that were named to me, but also tried to say any other relevant organizations and individuals. So I would ask, what is the pleasure of the board? Anybody feel like voting now, or do you want to wait and think about it?
President Noble, Vice President Bozay, can I make a motion to go ahead and adopt the resolution as revised?
Yeah, I think it's just adopting this direction to the superintendent.
Yep. So I make that motion.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I would just say, assuming we're about to vote for this, that we need to make this document available as part of our record of what we passed, because I don't think it wasn't in the packet. If you see what I mean, it needs to go on the website and obviously then would be for you to act on.
And President Noble, just if we are making this document public, as we should, the edit of the Board of Education adopted this updated resolution in January of 2025.
Thank you. I told you I was having date
I mean,
problems.
you said it, but then, you know, yes.
But yes, it was, which was reaffirmed by the Santa Fe Board of Education in January 2025. So if that is a friendly amendment to the motion maker and second, because
Yes.
it is accurate, okay, looks like there's agreement all around. Thank you very much. I appreciate this. I really want us to be prepared.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed or otherwise? Okay, thank you very much. With that, we move on to advanced planning.
Can I just have
Yes.
one other?
Oh, sorry, yes, of course.
President Noble, I'm curious, because we have a new board member, at what point do we talk about his committees that he will be sitting on?
The next meeting when we notice it.
Okay.
Thank you. I don't think we can do that. I can go ahead and say I would really love him to join on the audit committee again. He's served on the audit committee as a community representative before. We can talk about any other rejigging we need to do of committee appointments at that time, but that's what
So we could even, in theory, put that on our joint study session meeting next week so that he can participate? Or-
Yes, yes.
Like whenever we're all together
yeah,
again?
Yeah, no, the point being, we can absolutely, well, I think just as long as we put it on an agenda, we could have a quick action item.
Okay.
President Noble.
Yes, go ahead, Board Member Beta.
And can we just be reminded again, if, even through email, if we have a vacancy on one of our committee appointments? Because I can't remember if I do or not. Thank you.
That's great, and to that end, I don't know how it would work. There is, Janie Thielen is still serving on the audit committee, and I believe, and I think I do know how it would work, and former board member Heffron has appointees to the CRC as well, which, in theory, those would go through the end of the school year. So we would redo those in June. But I'm sure it would be, you're right, and I would imagine any of those folks, if you wanted to ask them to step down in order to appoint someone else. But, we can talk about that too if you want to.
Just real quick, my preference would be if they want to continue to serve, they're fine to continue to serve.
I think that's the status quo and what would continue. Thank you. Okay.
While we're talking about it, I will just note then that I have a vacant seat on the CRC because one of my in-district representatives stepped down in November, I believe. So I'm actively searching.
Anything else for board discussion and possible action? And Board Member Blea, this is a section that because of, I won't bore everyone with the history, but because of controversy in the past of action items, policy amendments, this was a section that was created the last time that I was board president so that any board member can put an item on the agenda for discussion. So it is a place, but we do need to notice anything we're going to talk about or take action on in substance.
So one of the things, thank you, President Noble and Vice President Bose. One of the things that I'd kind of like to see at some point on the agenda soon is an update from the district on compliance with Yazzie Martinez. I think we need to just kind of talk about that. Yeah, just a little update, kind of see where we're at and kind of get a sense of what we've done as a district to maintain compliance or to be in compliance with PED, if that's amenable to everybody.
So you just did precisely what is supposed to happen, which is sort of have at least three of us nod, yes, that's amenable. And I saw nods, so it looks like that's amenable. I would say, we've got a couple meetings and a bunch of work. I think this might take a minute, so let's please stay in conversation with when the superintendent and team think that they could do that. We were a plaintiff district, and of course, Dr. Garcia was the lead witness in that, and we've worked hard to remedy according to the Yazzie Martinez stuff. I can say that much.
Yeah, and I agree, President Noble. I've been working on the Diversity and Equity Council the last 3 years. I know that the district and staff has worked really hard, so I'd like to kind of highlight the work.
Okay, thank you. Anything else on board discussion and possible action? With that, we will move on to advanced planning. We have a meeting scheduled that is joint between the Board of Education and the CRC next Wednesday, January 21st, 2026, turns out. And we also have a standalone executive session scheduled for the 22nd, the Thursday, and then our next regular board meeting with a tentative executive session on the 29th. Any changes or anything else? Yes, Superintendent.
Board President, we need to decide on a time for the 21st. We do for the joint meeting with CRC.
Any suggestions here? I would suggest 5:30, our usual board meeting time.
Yeah, CRC normally meets at 6, but we've been going late, and that's no one's favorite thing on a weeknight, I think. So I think the earlier we start, the better. 5:30 is fine with me.
Yeah, I'd like 5:30 because I start working tomorrow. So
Of course you do.
I won't be available really until 5, after 5.
Okay, 5:30 it is. Anything else from you? Any changes or updates to advanced planning?
I have a question. At one point, I'm on the Partners in Education, and it wasn't part of it was a separate thing, but it's now our foundation. Shouldn't the meetings be on here?
Thank you, Board Member. We did have them on the previous agenda, and they were left off unintentionally. I'll make sure that the meetings are noted on our future agenda.
Okay.
Anything else on advanced planning? Okay, Thank you all very much. We are adjourned, and we will be back next week.